Test, test. Podium 1, podium 2. Test, test, test. 1, 2. 2, 2, 2. Eh? Ebu, oh. Test 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Podium mic 2. Test, test. Test 1, 2. 1, 2. Eh? Eh. So, bado test 1, 2. 1, 2. 2, 1, 2. One, two, test 1, 2. Podium 1, test 1, 2. 1, 2. 2, 2. 1, 2.
Akaje? Tony? E. Scan. Akaje?
Ma? Inaona shot toka hii tilt kiasi. Nakusudia tilt sana. move hadi hapa, si ndio? Hadi hapa. Hivyo, si ndio? Sawa. Ndio mimi nataka hadi hapa.
Yeah, we are about to start our meeting. So I encourage you to take your seats because of the time. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Oscar Magenya from the Ministry of Agriculture. I welcome you to this conference. We know we are not within our times. We have a very short conference, only 1.5 days, and we are trusting that we can do as much within that time. So even as the physical attendees come, we have a number of people who have already registered online, and so they are waiting, and so it is important that we just proceed. I would like to ask one of us to pray so that we can start. If you feel inspired, please pray. Is there somebody? Margaret, can you pray? Amen. Thank you very much. So even as we are doing a conference in the midst of this COVID season, we have tried as much as possible to keep to the Ministry of Health protocols. And so there's a registration at the main entrance of Calro headquarters. And we are capturing the mobile numbers, the institution and temperature that is at the entrance. The participants will also be required to wash hands again before entering the main conference hall. All the curtains will be removed in the hall and window open to allow enough fresh air. And then you can see the seats. We have arranged at least about 1.5 meters from each other. We encourage that you sit on that seat without changing. Even after a break or after lunch, please come to the same seat so that, to fulfill the requirements from the Ministry of Health. The hand sanitizers have been placed at the main conference hall, and the small ones that will be given to participants. There are standby face masks in the conference, mandatory hand washing while participants are within the complex. This room has been fumigated yesterday. It will be fumigated again in the evening. So we are keeping to the protocols. We acknowledge that there are 2 public health workers who are with us just to help us keep to those protocols. So without much ado, we want to proceed to the main function, and I would like to give an opportunity to the ones that we have here, you just say your name and where you're coming from as a way of introduction. We can start from the back. Please, because we can't pass the mic across, please just try to talk loudly.
I'm Ruth Wanyera from Carl Ronjoro.
Come this way. Bring the mic.
I'll hold it.
Yes.
I am Guyo, board member, Karo.
Yeah. So thank you very much. What we'll do at this point, I would like to introduce, to welcome the chair of the working group, Professor Wesonga, to highlight to us what this conference is about, how it began, and why we are here. So, Prof. Karibu.
So, our chief guest, yet to arrive, Honorable Anne Nyaga, the Chief Administrative Secretary, Crops and Agricultural Research, who is representing the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperative, the Principal Secretary, Crops Development and Agricultural Research, Professor Hamadi Mbonga, the Director General, Kenya Agricultural Livestock Research Organization, CARLO, Dr. Eliud Kiraget, CARLO board members, heads of institutes present, scientists gathered here today, and those joining us virtually, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to welcome you to the second High Panel Conference on Agricultural Research in Kenya. Now, this conference gives us an opportunity to come together as stakeholders to discuss issues of research in agriculture. Now, this is informed by the fact that research plays a critical role in dealing with some of the problems that perhaps limit development in the various sectors of our economy. As you will see that we are faced with numerous challenges, and we need to come up with solutions. and it's only through research that we are able to attain this. Now, just turning to agriculture, we know that agriculture is the backbone of our economy. Some of the recent statistics show that it contributes at least 34% of the gross domestic product and 40% of the export earnings as at 2019. So, for us to sustain this role that agriculture plays, we need to undertake research so that we are able to address some of the problems that perhaps limit the growth in the sector. And I'm sure you are familiar with a number of challenges that we face. Climate change, we have had locusts, we have the epidemic that we are dealing with right now, the pandemic that we are dealing with right now. We can deal with some of these challenges through research. And already a lot of research outputs, innovations have come out of research that are supporting us. But we would like to engage in this discussion so that we see whether there is something we could do better than what we have done. So take stock of what we have managed to achieve before, but also try to see what else we can do better. So this is a great opportunity for us, and I've been working with the team to put together the conference, this being the second one. The first one was held in 2018, where we had some discussions. So this was held specifically on September 13th to 14th, 2018. Now, the overall goals of having this conference is basically, I say it is a conversation, but just to help us to understand a bit in a structured manner, we would like to identify trends, opportunities, and solutions for challenges in research for agricultural development within changing climatic conditions. We also look at this conference as a platform for interdisciplinary exchange of ideas so that we can close gaps among the various stakeholders in agricultural research. And some of the players, of course, include the business world, the political actors, policymakers, and academia. We would also like to use the opportunity to recognize and promote scientists whose findings and innovations have major impacts on society. We would like to inspire people to close gaps in agricultural research in order to increase agricultural productivity, reduce food losses, and increase value of agricultural produce. And finally, to engage in discussion on selected issues in agriculture and identify interventions for addressing issues for consideration by policymakers and other stakeholders. For this particular conference, our objectives are: one, to emphasize the centrality of agricultural research in the country's development agenda, including the positioning of research as a core element of agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy. This is the strategy that is supposed to guide our agricultural development in the country. So we would like to emphasize the centrality of agricultural research in delivering that. We would also like to elucidate the interlinkages between COVID-19, other zoonotic attacks, locust invasions, among others, and environmental changes. We would like to also highlight the importance of strengthening local innovation capacity for solutions such as production of or synthesis of reagents, ventilators, use of biofoundries, in view of difficulties faced by the international supply chain failure during the emergency such as the COVID-19. The topics that we prioritize for this particular conference is desert locusts, invasions, predictions and early warning systems, climate change, observatory and early warning, COVID-19 pandemic and zoonotic emergencies, market systems, international supply chains, food safety, nutrition and human health. And finally, ICT integration, which is cross-cutting. So basically, we would like to see how we can leverage on ICT to deal with some of these issues. Our expectation is that through this conference, we are going to end up with some set of recommendations on policies, programs, and actions by the government and other stakeholders in the agriculture sector, perhaps beyond, because if you look at agriculture, sometimes it goes beyond. Some stakeholders are beyond, but they need to facilitate that. So we hope that we can have some recommendations. We hope that we can get reinforced commitment by the agriculture sector and related stakeholders to increase investments in research and have robust and coordinated innovation ecosystem. And finally, we expect that we shall have more visibility and articulation of agriculture research and innovation in the national transformation agenda. So those are some of the expectations, and now I would just like to introduce the team that we have been working together trying to organize this conference. Considering that we have been doing this under difficult times with the COVID, it hasn't been easy, so it's only fair that we recognize the people that have been behind this. So our working group was led by Professor Hamadi Boga, the Principal Secretary. I was chairing. I'm John Wesonga from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. We had Professor Hutchinson Jesang from University of Nairobi. We had Dr. Festus Mridhi from Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, KALRO. We had Dr. Jonathan Muriuki from World Agroforestry Center, formerly ICRAF. We had Mr. Seth O. Onyango from the Kenya Tsetse Trypanosomiasis Eradication Council. We had Dr. Wellington Mulinge from KALRO, Dr. Rosalind Wambugu from Kenya Animal Genetic Resource Center, Dr. Oscar Magenya from the State Department of Crop Development and Agricultural Research, Dr. James M. Kimondo, Kenya Forestry Research Institute, Dr. Joseph M. Masharia, State Department for Crop Development and Agricultural Research. We also had Dr. Joseph Otieno. Then, supported by this team, we had a departmental steering committee at the Ministry of Agriculture. This was led by Dr. Oscar Magenya as the chair and assisted by Mr. Francis Nyabarige, Dr. Margaret Makelo, Mr. Peter Njenga, Mr. Tobias Osano, Ms. Charity Muriuki, and Nyanje Kitao. So that is the team that has been working with us. And with that, I just want to welcome you and thank you very much for taking time to join us. I hope that we shall be able to have a very fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Wesonga. You will realize that we are all talking about the agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy. And in addition to all the things that Prof has elucidated, we have the flagship number 8, which talks about research and innovation, strengthening research and innovation. And so we are gathered here to try and see how we can put our heads together as we address the areas that he has mentioned, but looking broader, how we can highlight and increase the importance of agriculture research, because it buttresses all the functions in the agricultural sector. We will alter the program a little bit, and as we wait also for the chief guest, so we want to proceed to the first presentation. I think the second keynote address is already ready, so that we can proceed. He's presenting from UK on synthetic biology applications in food nutrition and the environment. Is that ready so that we can hear this presentation? Sorry? Yes, Professor Paul Fremont. Yes, is there. Yes, welcome, Professor. Yes.
Thank you, invitation. I just sent a link with my presentation to your colleagues, so hopefully they will be able to download it and present it. Otherwise, I can try and do it from my screen.
Please proceed, Prof.
Okay.
Yeah.
In a second, I'll share my screen. Okay, can you see my it's
We are having some challenges, but I think it will come. Yeah. Professor Fremont will talk about synthetic biology, applications in food nutrition, and the environment. We have interacted with him in some areas on synthetic biology, and we would want to hear from him. Sorry? Up there. We lost.
She is a technology then college aims to construct and build and design and engineer biological systems on the biological systems as redesigning the natural systems, and there are many government reports around the world from robotics, etc. But more simply, what synthetic biology is doing is developing new tools and processes to manipulate biological systems at the genetic level for us that can converge and cross over to each other allow new opportunities and new innovative thinking around different areas. And then the third thing, which I think is really important, is that the cost of reading DNA, which is the sequencing of DNA, and of course concomitant with that, the cost of writing DNA, are coming down. So sequencing DNA, as you probably realize, is extremely inexpensive. And that has happened over the last 20, 25 years, where the costs have dramatically reduced through technology development. The same thing is going to happen in terms of writing DNA, that is, i.e. synthesizing DNA, not just small pieces of DNA, but very little pieces of DNA synthetically and chemically. And this is happening quite rapidly. So these two, all of this together essentially results in this very interesting opportunity. The other main driver, I think, is there's a realization in the planet, not just in the COVID world, but also pre-COVID and also post-COVID, is that we're undergoing huge changes in our climate. We have a over-reliance on oil and other energy sources which are not environmentally friendly, creating problems. And there is a great desire, I think, and need, if you like, actually an urgent need to move toward more biosustainable production processes and biosustainable products and solutions. And I think this will be based around biotechnology, developing the new bioeconomy, which people are very interested in trying to develop. So I just want to leave this little part of the talk with two major synthetic biology concepts for those of you that have never come across synthetic biology as a field. The first concept is the synthetic biology design cycle. This is what differentiates it from normal biotechnology. So this is the idea of designing and constructing and testing and learning and your design. So it's very much like an engineering approach to building a biological system. And so just shown on this slide on the left there is a very simple design, build, test, learn in the context of plants. And then on the right side here is a more sort of sophisticated diagram all about what the design process, defining the problem, building the genetic pathways that allow you to create this solution to the problem, and then building the DNA, constructing the DNA, and then testing that DNA within a living system using all of the techniques of analytics and transcriptomics and proteomics and other types of omics data. And then the very important part, and this is the sort of interdisciplinary part of it, is where you begin to build data that allows you to try and apply machine learning or artificial intelligence approaches or statistical learning to improve this design cycle. So ultimately, we want to build cells and construct cells with defined functions that are very predictable, very robust, and very safe. And so this design, build, test, learn cycle is at the core of synthetic biology. The second concept is that this foundational technology, which I will describe a little bit more, but around the design, build, test, learn cycle, can be applied to many different industrial sectors and applications. So this is very unusual because we have a technology that can apply in areas which are as diverse as biomaterials, right through to crops and soil and agriculture, right through to production of chemicals, new diagnostic, new biosensors, new therapeutics. And this is a very powerful platform, and therefore that's why people are extremely excited, and that's why this biological revolution, I think, will be driven through this platform technology. So what about applications in food and nutrition? So first of all, what about food production? Well, clearly, I think, I'm sure everyone in the room at this particular meeting knows that global food production needs to be, increased significantly with the growing world population. And that some of our current agricultural practices can't really cope with the pace of growth and the requirement for food around the planet. And some of these processes are really not ecologically sustainable. And so there is a real need for innovative solutions, not only to increase productivity, but also to increase nutritional value and also to allow crops to grow in an ever-changing climate. So synthetic biology has been applied to think about this, and there are a large number of research activities, companies, and developments around the world around applying synthetic biology technologies to how you can engineer crops and plants. So this is the sort of, if you like, direct engineering of the plant. And obviously I've just shown you there 4 different areas which I think are very interesting. One is adding nutritional value. So clearly introducing the production of carotenoids, for example, or polyunsaturated fatty acids or vitamin D directly into the plant through genetic engineering. The other concept there is to improve plant growth, so to essentially engineer metabolism directly into the plant and computationally design areas of intervention that would allow plants to grow under different stressful conditions, and there's a lot of work going on around that. The other area there is using plants as actually production factories, and I think this is a very interesting area where plants, not only for food, but also for production. And there are many companies and actually researchers interested in using plants to make antibodies, to make drugs, to make other types of feedstocks that would allow energy production, etc. So these are plants as production hosts. And then finally, there is quite a lot of work ongoing with the soil microbiome and the ability to try and engineer that soil microbiome or to intervene in that soil microbiome to reduce fertilizer usage. Now, clearly, these interventions are sophisticated, complex, and are in a research and development phase and growth, but they clearly show huge promise, and there is a lot of investment going on in private companies to build some of these technologies out. However, plants can also provide genetic information which can be digitized, so I call this the digitization, if you like, of plant biology, to allow this chemistry, which is so unique in plants, to be recreated in microbes, and then to allow fermentation to produce many different products like fragrances, pharmaceutical sweeteners, cosmetics, and flavors. So not only are plants directly important, clearly, for many different applications, but also the genetic code and the chemistry within plants can be readapted and put into fermentation type technologies, which I think is very exciting and interesting. There is another development happening around the world, which is the idea of trying to remove a reliance on a food, basically on livestock or on particularly on animals. The idea is this of fermenting synthetic food, and there is a lot of companies now that are producing plant extract-based hamburgers, for example, or other types of meats. And I think this is a very growing area, and one that I think is very interesting because it sort of has a couple of consequences. Is that one, the fermentation technologies are sophisticated enough to allow the scalability of production processes around these kinds of products, but they also remove the agricultural requirements of cattle, for example, or other types of animals. But of course, in a local farming ecosystem, this could have profound effects. So I'm illustrating this as an area that is development, but of course it may not be suitable for all countries. Food security. One of the big issues I think that I'm discussing with my colleagues, particularly my Kenyan colleagues, but other colleagues, is that there's a real opportunity to apply synthetic biology technologies to develop low-cost biosensors for pest, crop, and environmental monitoring. And clearly this is quite a large problem. I realize it's a very large problem in your part of the world, but it's also a large problem in many parts of the world where people are relying on agriculture and plant crop growth for either for staple food or for economic value. And therefore it's incredibly important to try and make sure we have good surveillance structures in place to ensure the quality of these crops can come to market. So the concept there is that there's a lot of work, and actually some of it now reaching into some validation around designing low-cost biological-based sensors, and there's a couple of examples shown there. They can either be a cell-free kind of extract-based sensing device that still executes a genetic code within a tube to detect something, or it could be a living cell which could be engineered to detect something. In the context of on the left there is one that detects arsenic in water. These new class, if you like, of genetic based synthetic biology biosensors are really opening up opportunities because they can be employed both in a paper-based format, as shown in the picture there, but also in a very simple format. And they could be field deployable, but also the technology themselves can be scaled up and used for high throughput testing platforms, and I'll show you a little bit about that later. So I think there is a real opportunity here for countries that require field surveillance of both environmental, either water or environmental areas, and also crops and food sources for these kinds of viruses or chemicals in water, for example. Now, one of the things I was thinking about was how do you strengthen a local innovation system to adopt synthetic biology technology developments, because not every country has adopted the technology, and clearly there is a real opportunity, I think, for Kenya and other countries in sub-Saharan Africa to really develop this technology for their own needs and their own challenges. So in the world, there is a new synthetic biology industry growing, and what does that look like? And I'll just describe that very briefly. This is the latest report from BCC Research in Boston in the United States, suggesting that the synthetic biology market is expected to reach around $18.9 billion globally by 2024. And what is driving that is a lot of private investment, mainly in the US, but also in northern hemisphere countries. And as you can see on this slide, just since 2016, there has been $6 to $9 billion private investment going into synthetic biology startup companies. And on the left-hand side of the slide, you'll see a large number of early-stage companies, a large number of mid-stage companies, but very few late-stage companies because the technology development, if you like, is ongoing. But that will happen very soon, I think. So how do you build an ecosystem? How do you build a synthetic biology ecosystem? So on this slide, I've illustrated a number of different areas, I think, which are really key to developing a vibrant synthetic biology research and entrepreneurial environment. It starts off, I think, from our experiences when we started working on this in 2006, with an undergraduate and master level training, promoting interdisciplinary training, promoting student-type competitions, promoting the thinking around synthetic biology and the concepts around applying and building biological cells and systems to tackle particular applications. I think this starts at that very early training level, and also with academic staff training, because when I started working in the field of synthetic biology, I came from a different background, and I had to learn the thinking and understanding around the field, and of course that is also important. Then I think one needs to specifically invest in public funded university and institute and research. I think that goes without saying, to try and sort of excite and kind of catalyze the research around the synthetic biology arena. A key point for countries that have that are relying on external supply chains of reagents is to ensure you have a local supply chain of the key reagents for synthetic biology, which is molecular biology reagents and synthetic DNA, synthesized DNA. I think for the African continent, this is absolutely key, and I think the COVID crisis has shown all around the world, including the UK, that an over-reliance on single supply chains of reagents is really quite detrimental to dealing with a pandemic, but also to trying to develop your own ecosystem around synthetic biology research. The fourth bit is creating the BioFoundry hub and network, and I'll talk about BioFoundries in a minute, but this is to enable and support research and development, and you'll see in a minute why that is. The next one is to promote entrepreneurship in synthetic biology with startups and SMEs. It is surprising how young colleagues in biology and in life sciences and other areas get very, very excited by synthetic biology and the opportunity to apply their knowledge to tackle some major challenge in their local environment. And we've seen that at Imperial College, and I'm sure you would see that in your top institutions in Kenya, because your students are incredibly bright. And then the more important, I suppose, from a government perspective, is it has to develop appropriate regulatory policies to deal with the technology. At the moment in the UK,
all of the synthetic biology technology comes under our normal genetic and engineering safety regulatory processes, and there's no new regulations have been applied for the technology development today. But there is obviously a constant watching brief on the area. And then the other, probably the last point, is probably one of the most important, and that is to engage with wider stakeholders, both the publics, but other stakeholders, to ensure acceptance of the technology. It's incredibly important that people understand the usefulness and power of the technology, but also, they understand that it's safe and that their way of living will not be affected by this technology. It's a very important point. Biofoundries are key to promoting the growth of synthetic biology, and I just want to describe in 2 minutes a little bit about biofoundries. So they have been very rapidly being developed since around 2016 in the public sector, public funded sector around the world. Our biofoundry was featured in The Economist in March 2018, and as you can see on that slide, robotic labs for high-speed genetic research on the rise. And the 4 comments are designing, automation, prototyping, and production are kind of part of the biofoundry concept. So what are they, and why are they a new concept? So if you remember, one of the key concepts I introduced at the beginning of the talk, which was the design, build, test, learn concept, biofoundries facilitate that cycle. They accelerate the prototyping of these biodesigns for specific applications. So they actually provide a prototyping environment for biotechnology. And I think what's interesting when you look back in history, that all technology developments have had to engage with a prototyping stage of their development. And things like the aerospace industry had wind tunnels and computers had breadboards. But in biotechnology industry, which is obviously a very well-established industry, had no prototyping environment. And I think what we're seeing now is that the biofoundry with automation and high throughput workflows provides this prototyping environment to allow people to really build their designs, their biodesigns. We are in the age of a digital biology, and there are companies, this is a company in the United Kingdom called Synthase, that are promoting the concept of the digitization of biology, and therefore a lot of the future work of biotechnology will be done computationally. So one will be building biological designs, if you like, on the computer, and then executing those designs using automation and the kind of biofoundry infrastructure I showed you. And so this idea of design and execution is very much like how the silicon chip revolution happened. And there are colleagues in synthetic biology that believe this is the same kind of revolution that will happen in synthetic biology. So biofoundries provide integrated facilities for prototyping designs in a multi-user environment. They provide a training environment, very important for the next generation of biotechnologists. They also provide an innovation kind of hub ecosystem for startups and SMEs that want to develop biotechnology solutions but don't have access to this very sophisticated or automated instrumentation. They allow a focus for technology partnerships in synthetic biology, so companies would come and work with biofoundries and be very happy to help develop them if they can see some commercial value in that. And they facilitate and verify local reagent manufacturing for biotechnology, and this particular point I made earlier about it's really key for countries like Kenya and other countries to have strong supply chains in the basic reagents to allow this technology to develop. The London Biofoundry is both industry-facing and academic-facing, has a series of robotic and analytical instruments to allow the construction and characterization of biological designs, and there's this is a common kind of strapline, if you like, for biofoundries around the world. So design, testing, and building and learning are all the key areas of a biofoundry, and of course they can be applied to a wide series of applications and processes. So formulating policies to promote synthetic biology research and innovation is a key part for any country wanting to really embrace the opportunities that this new technology offers. And I think the areas that I think are very, very key that I've observed, at least in the UK and other countries that I've engaged with, is that I think the focus on the national challenges that can be addressed by synthetic biology really really capture people's imagination and also allow people to understand that this is an applied technology innovation that could really tackle some of the big existential problems that that all countries have at some level. Very important, I think, to build consensus with all the stakeholders, including society at large. It's very important that society understands and accepts and also embraces this technology, and therefore a great deal of work needs to be done in transparency and engagement and education as well. Educational programs are key. In the United States, that educational program actually goes down to high schools. In the UK, we have some educational programs at the sixth form, A-level, 16, 17, 18-year-old, but most of our educational programs start at the undergraduate level and also then go through to master's and PhD level. I feel establishing a national biofoundry hub and a network of universities and research institutes for synthetic biology is very, very helpful. We have a biofoundry hub in the UK, which is very effective, and I think this is an important area. Building national capability for manufacturing the key molecular biology reagents of BioCat. I can't overemphasize this enough. Even in the UK, during the early days of the COVID crisis in February and March, we had no reagents for COVID testing, a huge shortage. I can imagine in countries like Kenya and other parts of the world, these shortages were extremely acute. So I think there is a need for all countries to build their own capabilities to manufacture the key reagents required, not only for a pandemic, but also just for promoting and developing the new generations of biotechnologies. I think it's important to attract a private synthetic DNA provider into the region. Synthetic DNA sits at the core of SynBio and molecular biology, in fact. And so having a provider that can provide low-cost synthetic DNA into the region, I think would be incredibly important. And then the final thing is to try and promote innovation through teaching and training. And I think we have been incredibly successful in the UK using the iGEM competition and other types of startup competitions to create a young generation of entrepreneurs who are now heading on an entrepreneurial journey. And actually some of the companies that we were very much involved in setting up, from PhD students and postdoctoral researchers, are now into their Series A multi-million-pound funding rounds. Not all of them have been successful, but enough have been successful to indicate this is a very exciting and growing area, and it really captures the imagination of the next generation. How can a biofoundry contribute to a global emergency? So one of the things I wanted just to finish off on is to show you how we did pivot our biofoundry to support the national COVID emergency. And this now is being published. What we essentially did at the early February period of the pandemic in the UK, there was a huge shortage of testing. And we realized we were sitting in a biofoundry with some automated liquid handling robots and other types of workflows. And so we pivoted our biofoundry activity to develop a very high throughput workflow, which was very simple. And we then shared that with our colleagues in the NHS and the local hospital trust. And we were able to get our platform UCAS accredited and developed within 10 weeks for COVID-19 SARS-CoV-2 testing using RT-PCR. This is the platform. It's a simple robotic end-to-end platform. It can process almost 2,500 samples in 24 hours. It requires 3 meters of bench space, and currently 17 of these platforms have been established in healthcare, NHS and community testing programs, and not just in the UK, some actually in the Morocco healthcare system currently. And the same platform can be used to detect any virus, and also it is reagent agnostic. And so I think this adaptability, modularity of the workflow and the infrastructure could be very, very important if one was doing wide-scale environmental monitoring of plant viruses, for example, in Kenya or wherever. This type of technology, very simple, relatively easy to set up, and very, very small space, can provide incredible throughput and power to do quite a lot of testing around requirements that you require. So in summary, I hope I haven't gone over time, but synthetic biology is a disruptive platform technology that is creating innovative solutions for many different applications. The applications I think of particular interest could be the low-cost sensing for pathogens and environmental contaminants that could address sort of key agricultural challenges in Kenya. Clearly, the plant engineering is a very exciting area, which of course could be incredibly important for Kenya as well. Biofoundries provide integrated infrastructure to implement synthetic biology technology development and training. And I think more importantly, they sort of nucleate this synthetic biology innovation ecosystem. They provide researchers and companies access to specialized infrastructure and training, and they act as sort of magnets, both for companies and for researchers interested in developing their technologies. And so I'd like to thank you for listening to me, and I'd be very happy to answer any questions on that.
Yeah, thank you, Prof, for that very enlightening presentation. Before we proceed, we want to recognize the presence of the Principal Secretary, Livestock Development, Mr. Kimtai. Yeah, thank you. Welcome, sir. We would maybe give an opportunity for one or two people to ask a question to Professor even before we release him. If you are asking, you'll use that podium. There's a podium there. Please kindly make sure you stay a meter away from the microphone, and there is a sanitizer there. If by any chance you touch the podium or the microphone, make sure you sanitize yourself. So, two people.
Hello?
Yes, one. Any other? Yes, please, Prof. So you can proceed. Please, very brief and to the point because of the time. Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question.
Yeah.
I wish to thank Prof for a very good presentation. I have two questions. One, what is the difference between synthetic biology and genome editing technologies? And how are they related? Two, how is synthetic biology regulated in UK? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please, Prof, before.
Yeah, thank you, Professor, for the presentation. Mine is a very simple one from an agricultural economist. What is the relationship between synthetic biology and genetic modification of organisms?
Thank you. Thank you. Prof, can you respond to those two? Yes.
Thank you very much. Gene editing is a technique, a technology. CRISPR-Cas genome editing would be considered a tool, part of the synthetic biology toolkit. So we consider gene editing as part of the whole plethora, the whole continuum of synthetic biology. So using CRISPR-Cas to go in and genome edit would be a design consideration. So I think the main thing to understand between synthetic biology is that one is thinking about design and building, and editing is part of that process. So I don't see any difference at all between them. Gene editing is a toolkit that allows you to go in and make interventions. That is perfectly, part of the whole process of how do you build biological systems, and by editing them, you're also building. So editing natural systems is the same. I think the difference would be is if you start applying, proper, systematic genome editing and testing and learning from the process. That's where the synthetic biology power comes in. The second question I didn't hear very well, but it was something about the UK and synthetic biology. So please, if you could remind me, Mr. Chairman.
The regulation the regulation in the UK?
Yes. So all of the regulations in the UK are for genetic modification, and all the genetic modification regulations that exist to date cover all of the synthetic biology applications that are being ongoing within the UK. There is clearly a watching brief, and this could change because if the engineering of living systems increases in scale, where one is actually designing whole genomes, then of course one would have to think carefully about what that actually means. But currently the level of synthetic biology research and technology enablement is covered under our normal UK GM modified regulation, GM regulations. The relationship between genetic modification and synthetic biology, sorry if I didn't make that clear. So genetic modification is essentially what synthetic biology is trying to do. It's trying to modify genomes either by editing, as we described earlier, by replacement, or by actually putting in extra genes, by creating new kind of transgenes. And all of that is genetic modification. So at the core of synthetic biology is genetic modification. But I think what the difference is, it's trying to apply a framework for how you carry out systematic genetic modification. So rather than just doing random changes and then looking to see what happens and trying to, it's more of a kind of a rational, systematic approach to trying to intervene using biological knowledge, using all sorts of knowledge to try and make rational interventions either through editing, through additional genes, or through removal of genes, but providing that rational framework for how one does that. I hope that answers the question properly.
Yeah, thank you very much. Prof, before we release you, we would want to get that presentation plus your write-up to be captured in to be captured in our proceedings. So thank you very much. We have taken a little bit of more time because we wanted us to hear about the opportunities of synthetic biology. One time I heard Professor Boga say, sorry? Yes, please, yeah.
So this question is from Professor Miriam Kenywa. Is there a place of synthetic biology being used in management of pathogens? The presentation only highlighted detection.
That's a very good question. There are a lot of interesting research developments around engineering microbes that could detect pathogens and also destroy them. And I think there has been many, not many, but quite a few publications illustrating that in a laboratory context, where you can actually design various interesting detection systems and also some suicidal switch systems which would destroy pathogens by release of some kind of suicidal protein or that would be specific to that pathogen. The issue arises with how you would implement these technologies because it would require the release of engineered organisms into the environment. And I think this is an area of importance and one which needs a careful consideration. And the synthetic biology community is very aware of that, and there are issues around safety. They're trying to build in safety into the organism so that if an organism did get released into the environment that it wouldn't be able to grow, or how it would self-destruct or whatever, but these are considerations. So I think, yes, there is laboratory exemplars of the type that you described, where you have sense, detect, and destroy kind of engineered living systems, but the implementation could be more complex and would require much more further work. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Prof, for that presentation. We'll get in touch with you even as we proceed. Thank you. We can release you at this point. We have our chief guest arriving. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah. We will. I hope, Madam Cass, you can sit and hear our next presentation before we proceed with the opening. Yeah, thank you. At one point, I've heard Professor Bogas say that it is like the other sciences, physics, chemistry, have run their course. So we are in the era of biology. And that is why we gave a lot of time to Professor Fremont, just to highlight those areas that are the vast opportunities that are provided by synthetic biology. There are many questions that are coming on Zoom, on virtually, and we'll capture that and we'll answer them. So don't worry. But because of time, we'll have to proceed. We will go to the next keynote by Dr. Stephen Were. I hope that is ready. Stephen Were is from the World Food Program.
Yes.
Is that ready?
Yes, I am here. Good morning. I don't know if the presentation has been schooled. Chair, should I proceed?
Yes, please proceed. Please. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and very good morning to you all, distinguished colleagues, chief guests, chair, facilitator, and I see many friends. We've already seen a couple of friends come on stage, so thank you very much for this opportunity to join you today for this really important conference. At a really important moment, and to offer a keynote address. I really feel honored to share the platform, the keynote platform, with Professor Fremont, whose presentation was really, like the facilitator just said, quite inspiring in terms of what seems to be possible in the world at the moment coming out of basic science. I regret I cannot be there in person today, Kenya being my home. I would have loved to come, but I think at a time like this, I think everybody can appreciate that it's not so easy to travel. But to be honest, I think like most of you, most of my meetings are like this these days, or remote. And so in many ways, it's not so different from what we're all experiencing from day to day. So you have the title of my presentation, and what I want to do is to address this from a global perspective, to highlight some trends, some priorities that are emerging in this area of food security and resilience building under COVID-19, and of course some implications for the food and agriculture sector and for researchers particularly within that. And the answer to the question of emergency proofing food security and livelihoods resilience that I want to propose is a bit paradoxical in the sense that I'm suggesting that the thing that we need to do is to adopt an emergency perspective, but an emergency perspective of a certain kind. So that is the argument I want to make and to draw implications for research. Can I just confirm before I proceed that the presentation is available and can be viewed in the conference room?
Yes.
Okay.
It's available.
Thank you very much. So we can go to the next slide, please, where this is the, thank you. The next slide. So this is the global, no, the one before that, please. Slide, yes, this one. This is the picture that we are seeing now globally in terms of food insecurity. And the picture is very clear. We were already losing ground against hunger in the last 4 or 5 years, you can see between 2015 and 2019, we added well over 30 million people to the number of people requiring, who are caught in acute food insecurity. But then this year, the number, by the end of the year, there will be 270 million people. Oh, you cannot see the figure. Okay, in 2015, it was 80 million. And by 2019, this had risen to 135 million. And by in this year, it's 270 million. So now these are people who are caught in acute food insecurity and livelihood vulnerability. There's another, and this is very important, another 30 million people who are in phase 4 and above. So phase 4 is humanitarian emergency. These are people who require food assistance to get by, but also phase 5 is famine. So this is a very, very challenging situation facing the world at the moment, where 270 million people have to be supported with food assistance to get by. Very, very challenging situation for the world. So this is globally the picture that we have. Next slide, please. And then we have a few more facts that are similarly quite challenging. So we have 80 million people around the world who are displaced. This is the highest in history on record. And of these, 80% of them are acutely hungry. So again, that 270 million, a big chunk of them come out of these people who are displaced, and they're displaced by conflict. So you can see conflict is a big driver of food insecurity and hunger at the moment around the world. Now, it's very important to recognize that there's something very special about the humanitarian and hunger crisis at the moment. It has a number of pieces to it. We know there's the health part, the direct health impact or genesis of it, and then the socioeconomic aspects, which are actually quite devastating, and finally protection, because what happens is that because of displacement and because of the breakdown of important institutions, there are big protection challenges that are emerging. Can I confirm that you can still see the presentation, because I'm getting some strange, something strange is happening to my screen here. Can you still see it, please, in the conference room?
We can't see.
You cannot see. What can we do, organizers?
Virtual team, please look at Calro HIPCAC screen. That is where the screen is being shared. That is where the presentation is being shared. Calro HIPCAC. Stephen Omamo is the presenter, and the presentation is being shared by Calro HIPCAC. All right, good to know.
Should I proceed, or do you want me to wait until others can see it?
Virtual team, please confirm you're able to see Calro HIPCAC presentation screen.
But it's switching back when Dr. is talking.
Is it okay?
Sorry, I can't hear that.
If the Calro team can pin the video, then it will come on everybody's screen.
And the people on the ground will not be able to see the presenter.
One possibility would be perhaps I share my screen so that people online can see my screen, and then
that's better.
And then colleagues in the conference room can see the presentation that is being presented there, that is being screened on that side. Would that work?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Let me try and do that. Can we just confirm that my screen is being seen by those who are online?
Yes, that's okay.
That's okay, we can see it now.
All right. So I was on this slide where I was, and for colleagues in the conference room, I am on the slide that has the heading, "Here are a few more sobering facts." So the point I was making here was that the current hunger and humanitarian crisis has this multidimensional component to it. We're hearing a lot about the health crisis, but we're also seeing this erosion, deterioration of economies, and also some very challenging protection-related aspects due to the displacement and the breakdown of important institutions that are leaving many vulnerable people quite exposed. In Eastern and Central Africa, very importantly, we need to recognize that this region suffers a disproportionate, bears a disproportionate burden of the global hunger numbers. So we have 4% of the world's population, but 20% of those who are acutely hungry. And we know that this derives from a number of deep challenges related to drought, flooding, conflict that generates displacement, as I already said. Now we have this enduring and now increasingly devastating challenge of desert locusts. And then, of course, chronic poverty and food insecurity, so large numbers of people who are vulnerable. And then on top of that, almost as a force multiplier, we have COVID-19. And COVID-19 is a bit of is challenging because it's disrupting economies at such a fundamental level, generating hunger, income loss, unemployment, inflation, as we're seeing at least here in Ethiopia, and then this contraction at the macro level and the slowdown at the macro level. Now it turns out that actually there's more. I hope we actually have a bit more on this slide. One more point, and that is that these trends will continue to 2021, but it may be that the screen is cutting off the bottom of my slide. So I will, for those who are online, I may have to be saying a few things that you cannot see on the screen. We can move to the next slide, which is titled The Priority Actions. Now, it's due to a lot of discussion, consultation. I think in the food security domain, there's pretty good consensus around what needs to be done, the priority actions and investments. So the first is that we really need to reach those 30 million people who are at very high risk, those who are in IPC4 and who could become IPC5. So why is this? Because we need to just very simply avert starvation. And this is a real possibility, a real risk. And I put orange there because there is progress that we still don't as a community have all the resources required to address those needs. The second, and this has been a lot of progress on this, and this is the creation of fiscal space so that governments can respond to emerging needs without undermining the integrity of fiscal systems. Now, I said this is orange, the progress is orange because the funds have been availed by some of the international financial institutions, but we have yet to see, I would say, in a consistent way, most effective use of those funds in all contexts. So that gets an orange, I would say. And then two very important greens, and that has to do with keeping supply chains open and keeping borders open. These are very, very important. For a while, at the beginning of the pandemic, there were moves to actually shut off some of these supply chains and close some of the borders. There may be exceptions here and there, but I think for most part, most countries have allowed trade to continue, and this has been extremely important in terms of not having the erosion of incomes and erosion of jobs not be as deep as it would be, and avoiding these shortages and gluts that would have been created by such a situation. And so, but I want to focus, in particular in the context of this meeting, on this last point, and that is there's a need to treat the food and agricultural sector as an emergency sector. Now, this is a very important point, I would say, that real urgency to treat, to deal with the situation as it is unfolding now, with a focus, of course, on next season. Why? Because this is where most jobs, most employment, most income is earned, and especially for the world's hungry. So I think I'm arguing that actually this perspective, this priority has yet to be fully seized, and I want to focus the rest of my presentation on this argument. And this indeed is the answer to the question that I've been asked to address. I think a big part of the answer to addressing emergency proofing food insecurity or food security and livelihoods is to treat the food and agricultural sector as an emergency sector right now and going into the future. I want to please turn to the next slide, which is starts emergency proofing. And I want to suggest that actually there's an important perspective that we must take if we're going to do this. And that is a systems perspective. Look at the whole food system and not just as production. Oftentimes, as agricultural people in the agricultural sector, we are our own worst enemies in that we think only about our own particular segments of the sector. We think about production, we think about transformation, we think about consumption. But it's extremely important to look at the whole system and focus in particular on the functions that are within these systems. So within food production, we have these very important functions in transformation and consumption, and then lubricated across by NAC. And then also importantly to recognize that there's some conditioning factors. Depending on the state of security, the political economy, the nature of the environment, these functions can be performed better or worse, either well or poorly, depending on those conditioning factors. So this is the framework that I believe is important as we think about emergency proofing food security and livelihoods. The next slide, please. Now, which starts C19 is combining. So the point that is very, very clear already everywhere around the world, that the impacts of COVID in terms of the link to food insecurity and vulnerability is the degree to which it impacts these functions within the food system, the degree to which inputs can be supplied, the degree to which storage can be undertaken in a timely way, the availability of finance in a timely way, the degree to which consumers can avail nutritious and safe food. And then underneath all of those things is COVID is, in many contexts, affecting conditions of security and impacting on the underlying political economy of countries. So the point being that COVID-19 is important when you look beyond the health impact, which is a big part of it, and focus on the socioeconomic and protection components of this multidimensional crisis, you see that the impact is not a direct one. It's through its effect on these other functions and on these conditioning factors. Okay. Again, this is an important point that I would like to suggest, or an assertion, if you like. We can of course discuss it if there are different views, but I think this is there's plenty of evidence to support this point. I want to now move to the next slide, which starts how to emergency proof. So now, if we accept that a systems view is important, and second, that we must treat this we must treat the food and agriculture system as an emergency sector, the food and agriculture sector as an emergency sector. What does this imply about the most effective ways of ensuring that this system continues or is allowed to deliver food and agricultural products to consumers and to generate income and jobs for producers and traders, transporters, etc. How can we ensure that this system continues to deliver? So in our framework, that requires two things. First is some targeted strengthening of these key system functions that are threatened, if you like, by COVID-19 or rendered more difficult by COVID-19. And not all functions are going to be relevant. There are only some, I would say, that fit into this emergency perspective, and also one can link to COVID-19 in some way. The second part is we must not forget that there are these cross-cutting hazards, and there's a need to be cognizant that unless these are addressed, actually other investments will not yield what we would hope. So looking at the system in the food production area, I think it's very clear that an emergency response that's relevant to kickstart and make sure that the system functions is to provide some support on the input side. This can be linked with some support on finance. I'm labeling it bank guarantees, but there can be other things. But really allowing the market to work and drawing in the financial system to provide some of that lubrication that is required. And then there's a very important point in that food transformation sector around aggregation and storage capacity because of the safety issues that are involved. So you know that what it means is that there's a need for much greater capacity so as to address these prevention and social distancing, etc. We're finding this is extremely important in our work as WFP here in Ethiopia. And then because we know many people have already plunged, they're already in crisis, targeted food and cash-based transfers for vulnerable populations who we know are many of them are in urban areas. So this is very important to keep that demand flowing into the system. But also many of them we know are also in rural areas. But that urban component is extremely, extremely important. And then cutting across, and again speaking from experience, some of the experience here, is very important that the security apparatus and the overall political economy is well functioning and is mature. This is a time for political maturity at the extreme. And then finally, early warning, preparedness, contingency planning. These are emergency measures that when applied in a system way to the food and agricultural sector can help the sector deliver what is required and therefore make it emergency proof in the future. And now this brings me to the point about research, because that's one of the questions I think for this conference. What does that mean for research? I would say it's very clear, in my view, that really the issue is less about what and more about how. And how the things that we are saying on the screen here and others can be made to happen. That's the issue right now. There's a very large consensus around measures, but really it has to do with this political economy, the alliance building, the partnerships that cut across different segments of the food system that will allow it to take on this stance of being a sector that is ready to deliver in the short term so as to protect the future. So I would say that this is for researchers, really, and I guess I'm a bit of a policy, from the policy standpoint, really these are big questions that require attention, and really that focus on the how is key. So let me end here by summarizing the points I've made. I think a very important piece is to advocate for effective use of these monies which are being provided by international financial institutions. Recognizing that this is a multidimensional challenge that requires very targeted investment. And that brings to the second point, to treat this food and agriculture sector as an emergency sector. I just hope that this point is coming across, because it normally is not an emergency sector. But at this time of COVID-19, with the economic deterioration and with so many people dependent on agriculture, this really needs to be the focus of an emergency response that is near-term, and call it a recovery response as well. But really, this is fundamental if we're going to emerge from this to limit the damage of the current crisis. I think the systems approach is very key. And then this idea that we must target food system functions while mitigating these cross-cutting risks. And again, the point I would say is that this focus on the how question, how do you put in place improved aggregation and storage capacity? So in a way that is COVID friendly, for instance, and how do you pay for it? And this requires a lot of what I'm calling political groundwork, because a lot of these things originate, the answers are going to originate outside the food and agriculture sector, so that these measures can be brought to life within the sector. Thank you very much. I will stop there, and I'm very delighted to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Were. We will also allow 2 questions. By the way, 1 or 2 people have registered online. 53 have logged in. We are also beaming live on Facebook and YouTube, and so we'll share the links for that. We'll allow 2 questions again, and you'll use that podium. Please stay a meter away, and in case you touch the microphone or the podium, please sanitize. So 2 questions, please, for Dr. Were. It was very clear. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Were. In case there are other questions online, we will have to answer them. And you'll share with us your presentation and your write-up for the proceedings.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be with you this morning.
Yeah, thank you. Now, at this juncture, we want to proceed into the actual opening, the session for opening. You know, we started in a way that is not without the owners telling us that we are welcome here. So at this point, I'd call upon the Director General, Carlo, to take over from this point and proceed with the program.
Our chief guest today, the Chief Administrative Secretary, State Department of Crop Development and Agricultural Research, Madam Ann Nyaga, who is representing the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives, Honorable Peter Munya, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Crops Development and Agricultural Research, Professor Mati Boga, the PS, State Department of Livestock, Harry Kimtai, CALRO board members present, the chair of IPCAC, Professor John Mesonga, ILRI DG and other CEOs present, distinguished speakers all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning again. Let me take this opportunity to sincerely welcome you all to KALRO headquarters for the second high-level panel conference on agricultural research in Kenya. We, as KALRO, are highly honored to host this important conference, and therefore I'm sincerely grateful to the PS, Professor Madiboga, and the conference organizing committee for selecting KALRO headquarters as the venue for the event. As you are all aware, KALRO was formed in 2014 through the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Act of 2013 as the national research organization mandated to generate technologies, innovations, and management practices in crops, livestock, and natural resource management that are required for sustainable development of the agricultural sector. The organization comprises of 16 commodity and thematic research institutes and 53 centers spread across the country. We have a big pool of staff, of over 2,500 staff, who include over 500 highly skilled and experienced research scientists in different agricultural disciplines. Ladies and gentlemen, KALRO highly values collaboration with partners, some of whom are here with us today. Together, we develop and promote improved technologies, innovations, and management practices. Our collaborative efforts are always in support of the government initiatives, which include the Vision 2030 and the Big Four agenda, especially on the attainment of food and nutrition security and other related pillars. KALRO has also been a key partner in the development of various agricultural policies and strategies with other stakeholders. In the recent past, KALRO participated in the development of the agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy, which is the current 10-year blueprint for the development of the sector. We are also spearheading the development of several technologies, innovations, and management practices that include improved high-yielding crop varieties, crop disease and pest management, livestock vaccines, and elite breeds, among other major achievements in research. We have also partnered with others in responding to new and emerging issues, among them climate change challenges, pests and diseases such as the maize lethal necrosis, fall armyworm, locust invasion, and aflatoxin management. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference comes at a time when the whole world is faced with the COVID-19 pandemic, which, apart from affecting the health sector, has negatively impacted the agricultural sector. KALRO is strategically placed to partner with other stakeholders to contribute to the development of the agricultural sector post-COVID-19. We therefore look forward to the recommendations from this conference to help us prioritize our research interventions to address the emerging challenges. Once again, I highly welcome all of you to KALRO and look forward to the active engagement during this conference. With those welcoming remarks, I now wish to invite the PS State Department of Livestock to give some remarks before he invites the patron, who is the PS State Department of Crop Research, to give remarks and welcome the chief guest. Thank you.
Our chief guest, the Chief Administrative Secretary, Ann Nyaga, representing our Minister, Honorable Peter Munya, my colleague, PS State Department for Crops and Agricultural Development, Professor Madiboga, the Chair of HIPCAC, board members of KALRO present here today, the Director General, ILRI, present here today, distinguished participants, good morning. Today I'm privileged to be here to give a few remarks in regard to this very, very important conference that is taking place at a very crucial time and moment in our country. I think this conference is really geared to address the new challenges that we are facing in the current world scenario. And I want to say that if you look at agriculture and its contribution to the GDP and economic development of our country, it is important that we start discussing the new ways that will help us continue sustaining the development, economic development during this difficult time. I know we have had interruptions of supplies, and therefore it has become really a big, big hindrance in the flow of food to the population. The government has continued to develop various policies, instruments to support agricultural development, and this is mainly on the National Agricultural Research Systems, the Agricultural Sector Transformation Growth Strategy that we've talked about, and the main big four agenda, and specifically with the responsibility that has been given to the ministry to deal with the food and nutritional security. Therefore, this is really a big, important meeting that we are going to discuss on how are we going to sustain and make sure that we continue having supply of food to the population. We're also looking at the technology and innovations, which is currently being spearheaded by our sister departments, that's NACOSTI, and which has identified agricultural research as one of the 5 priority research in the year 2018 to 2022. To ensure that agriculture continues to play the critical role in socioeconomic development, there is need for research to provide insights and innovation and innovative technologies for coming up with the new challenges, specifically to increase productivity in the context of the changing time. Similarly, agricultural research is necessary for re-engineering our agricultural systems to ensure resilience during this emergency, such as COVID-19. And in conclusion, I want to say that our State Department for Livestock specifically has looked at it and therefore developed, in order to support the agricultural research, we've developed specific policies that are geared towards enhancing agricultural research. These ones are mainly our national livestock policy and our veterinary policy that is now currently awaiting parliamentary approval to be able to continue attracting investments in the sector. That's a question that one of our presenters here, Professor Were, asked. The researchers are playing their role. What are we doing as policymakers? I think as policymakers, we are coming up with these policies, the national policies that will be able to sustain and attract investment both in research, investment in production, so that we can have enough food to sustain our population. With those few remarks, allow me to welcome the patron, my colleague, Professor Madi Boga, to give his remarks, and welcome the Cabinet Secretary.
Good morning, everyone. The Chief Administrative Secretary, Madam Ann Nyaga, representing the CS, Honorable Peter Munya, my colleague Harry Kimutai, in charge of livestock, Professor Wesonga, the chair of HICPAC, Yeah, haiwi ua in Swahili means we were worried that because of the COVID, we will have challenges with the conference. We were torn between a blended version like we are having and a purely online version. I'm glad we are having both, and I hope we can sustain it. And in the morning, I was a little bit worried when the chairs were empty. So let me take this opportunity to really welcome you. This is our second such conference. The first one was held in 2019, in 2018 in ACRAF, and it was well attended, and we came up with quite a number of serious resolutions. And we also honored the first batch of scientists, because we have had awards for everybody else except for the scientists, and we said we want to make it a practice to see who is doing what or who has done what in the scientific space, so that we could also honor them. So as we proceed, I think this year's theme has been shaped by the number of challenges that we have faced. Of course, we started with the challenge of locusts, and then we went to the challenge of floods, and then we went to the challenge of the pandemic, which is the COVID-19. But every time as a policy maker, when we were faced with this challenge, we were scrambling to look for information. Information, data, and the soundness of it became the biggest challenge. So that means the producers of knowledge and the producers of information are relevant in every crisis that we come across. And it looks like these crises are increasing in numbers as well as in magnitude. Right now, we already have a crisis developing because the Rift Valley lakes are filling up beyond the known boundaries. And we need to go back into history and see, is this a new phenomena or is it a phenomena that was there? Somebody must have kept that data somewhere. So I think the place of research in addressing some of the issues that we are seeing, that we will see, both for humans as well as for animals as well as for plants, will continue to be fundamental, and we need to be prepared by supporting the research scene to make sure that we are responsive and we are able to adapt to the emerging challenges. So in the ministry, we have continued this year to implement the SDGs, in spite of COVID, in spite of floods, in spite of locusts. Actually, the strategy is written in such a way that Pillar 9 itself focuses on responding to crisis. And Pillar 9 recognizes that the crises that we will face are economic, are diseases, are climate related, and so it is packed in there. And everybody should go back and revisit the SDGs, and you will realize that we developed a document that is quite comprehensive. Right now, we want to, as we get out of the crisis, actually develop a robust risk management action plan for the agriculture sector that is backed by knowledge, so that we don't scramble when there is a challenge. Talking about, for example, the COVID crisis. When it came, it looked like a medical crisis. But as it evolved and the guidelines started appearing of lockdowns, if you remember the slide from the Dr. Were of WFP, you could already see that there was going to be a challenge in production. Would farmers be in lockdown, or they would be free to farm? And if they were free to farm, there would be a challenge in logistics. Would we be able to get the inputs to them in time for them to plant? And there would also be another challenge in logistics. Once they are produced, would we be able to get the food to the market? The other challenge would be, would the markets be open? And the other challenge would be, would the prices be stable? The other challenge would be, would the consumers, in their panic, would they rush to the markets? And all that needed to be understood and stabilized. And we created a food security war room, which enabled us to track all this. And because we are a food deficit country in some respects, like we import a lot of wheat, we import a lot of rice, we had to check the market environment. It needed data globally. Is there wheat? Is there rice? Because there were lockdowns everywhere. And so we had to make sure that the inflows remained so that we stabilize the food situation, including inflows from our neighbors. So protocols were developed to facilitate movement, and I think this is key. But, you know, we were inventing this as we were moving because we hadn't designed our systems for a crisis. We were adapting them for the crisis. So I think researchers also need to look into this space, because when you do agricultural research, it's not just about the production part. It's about all these parts that we see. And so the competences must be there to address all this part. The issue of data, we have recognized it's really key. And that's why Pillar 8 focuses on data. And we are working with FAO to have a Kenya Integrated Agriculture Management Information System, KIAMIS. It's quite advanced. FAO is supporting it, and also other development partners. And the Food Security War Room has now been transformed into what we call the Agriculture Transformation Office, so that it's not, we don't create it when we have a crisis. It's a way of life in the ministry. Both the KIAMIS and the ATO are in one place so that they coordinate together, and we'll keep on updating stakeholders and involving stakeholders in the process. So I think as we move forward, you will see we will have a lot of challenges going ahead. We've had a lot of challenges, from tuta absoluta, which came to attack the tomato, maize lethal necrosis disease, which came to attack maize. Right now we have a whole horde of snails, golden snails in Meru, in Mwea attacking rice. We have had the locusts, we have had fall armyworm. Technology has been at the center of the response. Of course, the political, economic, social environment has to support it, but technology, science has been at the center of it. And so we, in the policy making, we're trying to push a science conversation, but it's not easy, because a science conversation is very basic, and sometimes it finds itself hard to get into the political discourse or into the cultural discourse. But we are working very closely with journalists to make sure that even the hard science is discussed and is explained, so that all of us can move together. Because I think part of the way in which we can get support is if the voter also understands and appreciates that science provides solutions for some of the challenges that they are facing, and that not all answers are known and they have to be researched, so that we can have a culture in the country among all stakeholders where when we are faced by problems, we rush to science, we rush to our scientific institutions, and we value them, and we support them, and we grow them, so that they are able to rise to the challenges. And therefore, from my desk, we'll continue to lobby and push for good science so that it can support what we do. As I conclude, I know there is always a debate. There was the presentation about synthetic biology, which means we can do more, we can probe more. We can do things we were not able to do before, because the knowledge base has increased, but we need to discuss more with society, because society is apprehensive. There are different ideological positions about some of these sciences, and most of the time it's not about the soundness of the science. There are fears, there are ethical issues, there are trust issues, and sometimes trust issues and ethical issues and fears cannot be addressed through scientific facts. They can only be addressed through openness, transparency, so that people are able to see for themselves what is going on, so that they can understand for themselves, so that they can form their own opinions for themselves. And so that means a lot of outreach programs, a lot of exposure programs. But I know also there is a lot of misinformation, deliberate misinformation from other parties. I've come across them where things are twisted until you don't recognize them. But I think we just need to open our scientific institutions, open our universities, let society see science for what it is and what it can do, even for the challenges of sustainability that we have and that we try to address. So I think, let me stop there and thank the organizers very much for putting up a good show, both at the technology level as well as the thematic level. And I think the themes were picked in a very strategic way because we are current and we are looking at issues that are affecting the world now and probably in the near future. So with those many remarks, let me invite Madam Anyaga, the Chief Administrative Secretary, to officially open the conference and read the speech of the Cabinet Secretary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, PS. My colleague, PSs, PS Hamadi Boga and PS Kimtai, all the Director General Kalro, board members present, all government officials present, members of press, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, or is it good morning? Okay, good morning. I'll just give some brief remarks. Increasing agricultural productivity is a priority agenda of the government of Kenya. Despite Kenya's impressive advances across the economy, in innovation and entrepreneurship, private sector enterprise, infrastructure, public service delivery, and human capabilities, agriculture continues to be the bedrock of the development of our nation and the key to creating equitable and sustainable growth for our people. No large country has ever achieved significant growth without modernizing its agricultural sector. In addition to driving our economic growth, agriculture also creates jobs for our rural communities and is essential to satisfying the nutritional needs of all our people. The importance of agriculture has been highlighted in Kenya through the Vision 2030, the Medium-Term Plan 3, and the most recently, the President's Big Four Priority Agenda for 2017 to 2022, which emphasizes the importance of 100% food and nutrition security for all Kenyans. We have made progress in modernizing agriculture in Kenya, but we have not yet reached our full potential. To achieve this potential, we must do agriculture in a different way. From how we develop policy at the national level to how we allocate resources in our farming households, not only will we adopt new ideas under the mandate we have been given, we'll have to be bold in achieving them. Ladies and gentlemen, the Agricultural Sector Transformation and Growth Strategy, that is ASTGS 2019-2029, that is a 10-year strategy, which seeks to guide the sector for the next 10 years, This strategy recognizes that to achieve 100% food and nutrition security, the country needs a more commercially vibrant, modern, and equitable agriculture sector that supports economic development. Transformation of the agriculture sector will cement the macroeconomic gains and strides that the country has made, including cushioning the country from commodity price volatility, stimulating price investment, and lowering dependence on food imports. In addition, the SDGs is expected to sustainably support Kenya's economic development, national priorities, and commitments to the Malabo Declaration under the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, that is CAADP, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, that is the SDGs. The Ministry of Agriculture has initiated sector reforms that are anchored on the Agriculture Sector Transformation and Growth Strategy, ASTGS, which aims to inform and bring life to the food security pillar of the Big Four agenda. The strategy consists of 9 flagships, which are critical in addressing systemic bottleneck or constraining Kenya's ability to achieve food and nutrition security. Enabler, that is flagship 8, seeks to strengthen research and innovation and launch priority digital and data used to drive better decision-making and performance management. The main intervention envisioned to achieve this would include, among others, the creation of an enabling environment for research and innovation, with clear linkages between data, research, and innovation. To ensure that agriculture continues to play its critical role in socio-economic development, there is need for research to provide insights and innovative technologies for overcoming challenges along the value chains and to increase productivity. Similarly, agricultural research is necessary for re-engineering agricultural systems to ensure resilience between emergencies such as COVID-19. The ASTGS flagships must overcome 3 big challenges to ensure the right research, innovation, and data is available for decision making. Low investment in research and innovation space in agriculture, including big data and advanced analytics. Poor access to usable and shareable data, insufficient demand for quality analysis to support evidence-based decisions on performance management, monitoring and evaluation, research and policy. A more targeted approach to research and innovation will improve data collection, data analysis. Ultimately, it will create more links between research and action on the front line, informed decision making. Ladies and gentlemen, a sensitization forum on how researchers can contribute to the implementation of the ASTGS is critical to achievement of sustainable food, nutrition, and income security for the country. The government is keen on a transformed and well-coordinated agricultural sector, including the national research system as critical elements to growth of the sector. The SDGs has factored in the critical role of research and innovation as an enabler to the provision of new technologies, access and availability of inputs, and development of better techniques of production. The National Agricultural Research Systems Policy, which is currently under review, seeks to streamline, rationalize, and put in place a system that is consultative, efficient, and effective, and takes into account economies of scale to not only use the current scientific, human, and physical capabilities, but also position Kenya as a hub for agricultural research, innovations, and knowledge base in the region. The policy will thus create an enabling environment for a vibrant agricultural research industry that contributes to the overarching national policies of economic growth and wealth creation, poverty reduction, and gender equity. It seeks to focus policy towards problem solving and impact-driven research. Agenda. And to restructure the national agricultural research system to be better coordinated and efficient. It is expected that the reform process prompted by the policy will be harmonized and mainstreamed into the transformational processes that are taking place in the fields of agricultural education, training, and extension, as well as in other scientific fields for the realization of the government's Big Four agenda on 100% food and nutrition security by 2022. The policy seeks to strengthen the coordination of research between national and international research centers, universities, tertiary institutions, and industry, by establishing mechanisms that will promote collaborative utilization of resources, relevance and responsiveness of research, and more pluralistic institutional research focus. The State Department for Crop Development and Agricultural Research has organized this high-level panel conference to focus on the agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy, that is the ASTGS, and the National Agricultural Research, that is NARS policy, whose primary agenda is to explore and suggest policy directions on how research will support the transformation, relevance, and growth of the agricultural sector in this country. To ensure that agriculture continues to play its critical role in socio-economic development, there is then need for research to provide insights and innovative technologies for overcoming challenges inherent along the value chains. This is in order to increase productivity in the context of a changing climate. Science is best positioned in the rural-urban linkage in the context of agriculture and environmental disasters, such as loss of jobs by urban populations, urban-rural migrations, and the resultant spread of infections, which will weaken agricultural labor and productivity. Similarly, agricultural research and innovation is critical to re-engineering agricultural systems to ensure resilience during emergencies such as COVID-19. This will be the second annual HIPCAC conference by the Ministry of Agriculture as a follow-up on the successful inaugural conference held in September 2018, which addressed the issues bedeviling the agricultural research. The 2020 conference will bring together various stakeholders from the key sectors that influence agricultural transformation, research, and growth to engage on issues concerning implementation of the strategy and a more so coordinated and creation of synergies in the agricultural sector, in the agricultural research system, HIPCAC 2020 then seeks to achieve the following goals. One, it seeks to identify trends, opportunities, and solutions for challenges in research for agricultural development in a changing climatic regimes. Two, to provide a platform for interdisciplinary exchange of ideas and closing gaps among the various stakeholders in agricultural research, including business people, political actors, policymakers, and academia. Three, to recognize and promote scientists whose findings and innovations have major impacts on our society. 4, to inspire people to close gaps in the agricultural research in order to increase agricultural productivity, reduce food losses, and increase value of agricultural produce. And lastly, to engage in discussion on selected issues in the agricultural sector and to identify interventions for addressing the issues for consideration by policymakers and other stakeholders. Lastly, this conference will provide information and feedback that will be useful in understanding the challenges of transforming the agricultural sector. In addition, the conference will provide a platform for understanding the strengths and the weaknesses in the current agricultural research policy and possible solutions to enhance the effectiveness of the agricultural research ecosystem. The Ministry of Agriculture wishes to express immense gratitude to our development partners across the agriculture and rural development donor group, in particular the World Bank, the German Development Corporation, the Open Forum on Agricultural Biotechnology in Africa, Kenya chapter, the International Service for the Acquisition of Agribiotech Applications. I now take this opportunity to assure you again of the Ministry's full commitment and support and cooperation in ensuring that the research agenda remains key in the agricultural transformation agenda. It now gives me great pleasure to officially open this conference. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Madam Cass, for those very encouraging remarks. Please tell the CS that as the scientists in agricultural space, we really appreciate his support and support of the ministry and the work that we do for agricultural research. There are many that are following us on Zoom, on virtually, and we recognize one particular group because all of us work in areas in counties, and we had invited even the counties. So we want to acknowledge particularly Maria Nzomo, who is the chair of the caucus of the CECs for agriculture. And so a number of people in the counties are also following us, and we really appreciate and acknowledge them. We can see our time is quite spent, and we would, at this juncture, break for a health break for 20 minutes. We want to encourage all of us that to be very careful and observe social distancing, because we are keeping very strictly to the COVID, Ministry of Health COVID protocols. So I think the tea is ready. There are different places of serving, but our special guests will be allowed to walk for the break. Thank you. For 20 minutes, and then we'll come back.
The agricultural sector is a major driver of Kenya's economy and livelihoods, for the majority of Kenyans contributing 26% directly to the GDP and a further 25% indirectly through linkages with agro-based and associated industries. This success of the sector is attributable to research and development initiatives over the years. The Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, KALRO, is a statutory body of the Kenyan government. KALRO was created through the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Act No. 17 of 2013 to streamline the operations of the National Agricultural Research System to effectively contribute to the growth of the sector. The Act merged Kenya Agriculture Research Institute KARI, Coffee Research Foundation, Tea Research Foundation of Kenya, and Kenya Sugar Research Foundation to form the present-day KALRO.
KALRO's mandate is to support the agriculture and livestock sector by developing technologies, innovations, and management practices through research.
KALRO is charged with spearheading agricultural research in the country and is strategically positioned to contribute to increased productivity, commercialization, and competitiveness of the agricultural sector. This will be achieved through generation and promotion of knowledge, information, and technologies that are responsive to the needs and demands of the farmers and other stakeholders along the commodities value chains. KALRO's corporate governance structure consists of Crops Research Directorate, Livestock Research Directorate, and the Corporate Services.
KALRO comprises of 17 research institutes that fall under 2 research directorates. That is the Livestock Research Directorate and the Crops Research Directorate.
KALRO pursues 5 strategic objectives: to generate and promote technologies and innovations for demand-driven agricultural and livestock product value chains, develop and promote markets and marketing strategies for agricultural and livestock product value chains, facilitate and advocate policy options for enhancing demand-driven agricultural and livestock product value chains, to strengthen the capacity for implementing agricultural and livestock product value chains research, and to enhance availability of knowledge, information, and technologies on agricultural and livestock product value chain research. Research is conducted in 17 institutes, 52 centers and sub-centers strategically located in the country to enable the organization meet farmers' demands throughout Kenya's varied agroecological zones.
The role of crops research in KALRO is to develop and disseminate technologies, information, and knowledge for crops technologies, and for enhanced productivity and competitiveness and value addition. We have 8 tech institutes which are under the Crops Directorate.
The research institutes under the Crops Directorate are Agricultural Mechanization, Food Crops, Genetic Resources, Horticulture, Industrial Crops, Coffee, Tea, Biotechnology, and Sugar Research Institute.
Improve varieties, high-yielding varieties, disease and pest-tolerant varieties, and on climate-smart, more drought-tolerant varieties of different crops have been developed, which is quite an achievement, which can be grown to escape either the climate and or even early maturing varieties, as well as agronomic packages, including natural resource management packages which go with the varieties, the improved varieties to increase yields.
The Livestock Research Program develops and promotes knowledge, information, and technology innovations that enhance livestock productivity, value addition, and product development, and facilitating market access.
Here at the Secretariat, I'm the head of the Secretariat. I have a Director of Livestock Systems who coordinates research in the field, assisted by 2 assistant directors, one for livestock systems and the other one for animal health. Research is done in the institutes, and we've got 7 livestock research institutes spread all over the country.
The livestock research institutes include apiculture, arid and rangelands, beef, sheep, goats and camels, dairy, non-ruminant, and veterinary science research institutes.
And so far we have distributed breeding heifers and breeding bulls to over 20,000 households in the Maasai land. And these animals or these households are able to produce about 83 million liters of milk per year, which bring to them about 300 million Kenya shillings per year. We have also done a lot of work on improving indigenous chicken. We have brought in genes that improve the productivity of our local chicken. Now we've got a breed that produces more eggs, start laying early, and also grows faster.
In strategic partnerships, KALRO establishes a formal collaboration agreement with the aim of achieving common strategic objectives in the medium to long term. The organization recognizes that both public and private entities play an important role in development and promotion of technologies and innovations.
To achieve its mandate, KALRO collaborates with national, regional, and international strategic partners.
Over time, KALRO has recorded tremendous achievements in the agricultural sector, including crops and livestock climate-smart technologies.
Some of the notable achievements of KALRO in the last few years include the development of a product called Aflasafe, which is a bio-based product which controls aflatoxin in maize and sorghum. This product will enable farmers to ensure food security and be able to access aflatoxin-free maize.
Research on modern biotechnologies, developed and commercialized over 53 high-yielding tea clone varieties, repatriation of forage species back to Africa.
Other achievements include development and commercialization of over 55 high-yielding tea varieties, which includes the famous purple tea, development and commercialization of coffee varieties, which include Patian and Ruiru 11, which are resistant to the coffee berry disease, development of improved indigenous chicken, which are very high yielding and fast growing, development of a thermostable vaccine to control Newcastle disease in poultry. This vaccine is very important because it does not need to be refrigerated. Formulation and commercialization of Utapiti feeds, a brand of livestock and poultry feed that is very, very nutritious. Development of a yellow flesh sweet potato, which is very high in vitamins. Nutritious beans, which are very high in zinc and iron, very important nutrients in the body. Development of soil suitability maps for various crops all over the country, and fertilizer recommendation.
To ensure farmers and its stakeholders access the technologies and services,
KALRO shares its technologies in very many ways, which includes field days, agricultural shows, exhibitions, physical visits to centers and call centers, and online platforms which include its website, social media platforms, and mobile applications. Due to the effects of climate change and emerging new challenges that are associated with climate change, we encourage farmers to take advantage and use the climate-smart technologies that have been developed by KALRO.
For inquiries, visit the organization website www.kalro.org or email info@kalro.org. Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization for demand-driven research for food security and income generation.
Kenya coffee remains among the top coffees in the world market, and it is used extensively for blending coffees from other origins to improve their aroma and taste. The Coffee Productivity Project, otherwise known as CPP, was initiated and carried out with the aim of increasing the capacity for production of planting materials of Ruiru 11, and Batian coffee varieties. The project was financed by the European Union and the Kenya government and was implemented by the Coffee Research Institute. Its overall goal was improving productivity, thus reducing poverty in the coffee growing areas.
Institute, through the support of European Union and the Kenyan government, has been implementing one of the key projects under the Institute for the last 5 years, the project known as Coffee Productivity Project, CPP. It's funded by both the European Union at a tune of 80% of the funding, and the Kenya government at a tune of 12% funding. The project started back in 2013 and is ending in December 2017, that is 54 months.
Several activities which were targeted in the project are establishment of new coffee nurseries, rehabilitation of existing nurseries, construction and rehabilitation of greenhouses, renovation of rain-out shelters, upgrading of seed dispatch unit, production of training materials, and undertaking farmer trainings through farmer field schools and radio programs.
Currently, we have so far released 2 varieties that are resistant to the diseases, and these include the Ruiru 11 that was released in 1985 and the Batian variety that was released in 2010.
The criteria for selection of beneficiaries was developed within the partnership agreement with farmer associations and other legal entities. This was refined within the inception period with the support of the technical assistance contracted through local framework contract. A simplified call for proposal was used to competitively recruit the sub-grants beneficiaries. Accessible nurseries with facilities as per selection criteria were identified for development and expansion of capacity to produce seedlings and distribute. Management staff from the identified nurseries were trained on financial management, procurement processes, business planning, coffee nursery management, and grafting, among other topics. At most, 5 beneficiaries were targeted per coffee growing county based on the standard selection criteria.
Initially, we used to have a small nursery which could not meet the demand of the society, but after the funding, we can produce more than 100,000 seedlings which can meet the demand of the society and supply to the neighboring society.
Enhancement of capacity to produce seed at Coffee Research Institute was done by establishing 2 hectares of new seed gardens and renovation of rain-out shelters. Augmentation for capacity to produce clonal materials was done by establishing clonal gardens of Batian and Ruiru 11 varieties at the Coffee Research Institute.
To do that, we have come into partnership, that is public-private partnership with cooperatives and private nursery operators. In total, we have been doing this with 28 beneficiaries of this project.
For sustainability of the nursery, we have also introduced tree tomato, passion fruit, macadamia, and we are also having gravelia to help farmers with shade tree for their coffee.
In order to boost the production of Ruiru 11 seedlings at CRI, existing greenhouses for hardening of tissue culture plantlets were repaired and 1 greenhouse constructed. Cooperative societies, community-based organizations and other agencies that participate in the project had their management staff trained on appropriate financial management, procurement processes, business planning, and nursery management at the Coffee Research Institute. They also accessed quality seed from CRI in order to produce seedlings for sale.
Majina yangu ni Florence Karambu Jireine, nimetoka Mutira Farmers Cooperative Society. Mimi ni mwanafunzi wa Farmers Field School kwa miaka mitatu. Na hiyo miaka mitatu nimelima nao na nikaona mafanikio kutoka na hiyo mambo ya kulima. Kwa hivyo mwaka huu naona ikawa yangu imeendelea vizuri sana. Ile mafunzo nimefunzwa. Na niko na
Institute, through the support of European Union and the Kenyan government, has been implementing one of the key projects under the Institute for the last 5 years, the project known as COVID Productivity Project, CPP. It's funded by both the European Union at a tune of 88% of the funding, and the Kenya government at a tune of 12% funding. The project started back in 2013 and is ending in December 2017. That is 54 months.
Several activities which were targeted in the project are establishment of new coffee nurseries, rehabilitation of existing nurseries, construction and rehabilitation of greenhouses, renovation of rain-out shelters, upgrading of seed dispatch unit, production of training materials, and undertaking farmer trainings through farmer field schools and radio programs.
Currently, we have so far released 2 varieties that are resistant to the diseases, and these include the Ruiru 11 that was released in 1985 and the Batian variety that was released in 2010.
The criteria for selection of beneficiaries was developed within the partnership agreement with farmer associations and other legal entities. This was refined within the inception period with the support of the technical assistance contracted through local framework contract. A simplified call for proposal was used to competitively recruit the sub-grants beneficiaries. Accessible nurseries with facilities as per selection criteria were identified for development and expansion of capacity to produce seedlings and distribute. Management staff from the identified nurseries were trained on financial management, procurement processes, business planning, coffee nursery management, and grafting, among other topics. At most, 5 beneficiaries were targeted per coffee growing county based on the standard selection criteria.
Initially, we used to have a small nursery which could not meet the demand of the society, but after the funding, we can produce more than 100,000 seedlings which can meet the demand of the society and supply to the neighboring society.
Enhancement of capacity to produce seed at Coffee Research Institute was done by establishing 2 hectares of new seed gardens and renovation of rain-out shelters. Augmentation for capacity to produce clonal materials was done by establishing clonal gardens of Batian and Ruiru 11 varieties at the Coffee Research Institute.
To do that, we have come into partnership, that is public-private partnership with cooperatives and private nursery operators. In total, we have been doing this with 28 beneficiaries of this project.
For sustainability of the nursery, we have also introduced tree tomato, passion fruit, macadamia, and we are also having gravelia to help farmers with shade tree for their coffee.
In order to boost the production of Ruiru 11 seedlings at CRI, existing greenhouses for hardening of tissue culture plantlets were repaired and 1 greenhouse constructed.
Yeah, my name is Moses Siambi, and I'll be chairing this session
through to the lunch hour. It's an honor to be here. I thought I was going to attend online, but we are requested to come to represent the rest of the group. We have had interesting sessions this morning. We have on May, one will be meat and another one will be for the ugali. So that once you harvest the maize, your meal is complete. But I think that is fine to the future. Without much ado, I'd like to request Dr. Jimmy Smith to come and make the presentation for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. I don't like this discussion about synthetic meat, although they force me to have it. I do presume, though, that notwithstanding the possibility of synthetic meat, people like Kenyans who know the taste of real meat will be able to differentiate. Distinguished colleagues, here in the auditorium and colleagues online, I am delighted to be here today. I like to manipulate my own slides, but I'm told that I don't have that prerogative, so I will rely on the people in the control room to put my slides up. I was asked, could you please put, right. I was asked to make a few remarks on resilient food and agriculture systems in Kenya within the COVID pandemic. In 15 minutes, I can hardly talk about the whole food system, and as you've heard, my colleague and friend Weri Omamu has already given a substantial discussion on the food and nutrition aspects of it. So I will concentrate essentially on the implications for livestock. Next slide, please. In the few minutes I have, I'd like to talk first to give a brief overview of the COVID impacts globally, some examples of what is happening on the livestock sector in Kenya, and then conclude about a few remarks about the future. Next slide, please. So let me start with the impacts of COVID and look at these in the context quite globally. Can I have the next slide? If you listen to the news, the most important discussion is about the implications of COVID on the economic aspects. We hear that it will cost somewhere between $5 and $16 trillion to the global economy, and of course substantial to the developing countries' economies as well. But we often overlook the impacts of COVID beyond the economic impacts. And this slide is a very busy slide, and don't worry about the details. It could be a resource in the future. But I want you to look at just the headlines. The impact of COVID, as Weri Omamu has already said, is varying. It has its impact on gender. As you know, most of the health workers are women. They are at the front lines and they have suffered considerably. They are the caregivers in our own homes when things go wrong, when we have an ailment. So gender equality and gender equity has suffered. Just a few minutes ago, I was having a conversation on the impact on education, online learning, particularly in the developing world, where connectivity is not very good, and therefore students are not able to benefit from online learning when there's a lockdown. There's very little social protection in the developing countries. In my own home country, I hear a lot about bills being passed, social protection for workers who have lost their jobs and so on in Canada, US, North America, Europe, but not much resources in the developing countries, although I know that the Kenyan government has done quite a lot. Weri Omamu Human Development Index, a composite of various things that are used to look at how humans are making progress in terms of development and how these relate to some of the sustainable development goals. As you can see, that whilst there have been incremental improvements in the Human Development Index over time, it has had a very negative impact in 2020. The brown bar shows that it has gone below the line. There's been no gains virtually this year. So, COVID-19, various impacts in various places. Let me turn, next slide please, for a few comments on COVID impacts on the livestock sector in Kenya. Kenyans know very well that the livestock sector, notwithstanding what Moses will tell you about the importance of maize and all these kinds of things, livestock is very important here in Kenya. Maize is too, but so is livestock. The sector supports about 10 million people, mostly pastoralists. It contributes half of the agriculture GDP, 13%. And of course, it contributes very significantly to resilience. It is the livestock sector that is able to produce good quality meat and milk out of rangelands where nothing else can grow. Next slide, please. So colleagues have done a bit of a phone survey to look at the impacts of COVID on the livestock sector in Kenya. As you can see from the various bullets there, it has had a tremendous impact on all aspects of the supply chain. Input suppliers are not being able to sell as much inputs as they usually do. Producers are not being able to sell because markets are closed. Aggregators are not able to aggregate and therefore market. Borders are closed. Processors have fewer animals. Distribution and sales are down. And of course, consumers have limited ability to buy because many have lost their jobs, not at work. So tremendous impacts, not only across human endeavor, but also in the case of livestock. Next slide, please. So this gets into a little bit more detail on the specifics of this, but as you can see in the histogram, looking at the conditions in Isiolo, Marsabit, Garissa, Wajir, Turkana, all January, showing January, February, and March. As you can see in all these places, the actual indicators are down. Earnings are down. So very clearly a demonstrated effect, very negative effect. But also important, livestock is not just about income. It plays a vital role in the nutrition, particularly of children. So with less intake of animal source foods, particularly younger children will have quite significant negative nutritional effects. Nutritionists argue that particularly in that first 1,000 days, where the body size is small, young kids need high-density source foods, and livestock is a big contributor to that, to the extent that this is being impaired at this time. This will have a very negative effect on long-term cognitive development. Next slide, please. Again, just demonstrating the impact of COVID on the livestock sector. As you can see in the two graphs, kilograms of meat sold by month is considerably depressed across the counties I just mentioned. And volume of sale in the other graph on the right-hand side is also down, declining from January, and a slight upturn in May, but plateauing out. So livestock producers are also having a hard time, as are the consumers. Next slide, please. So what opportunities? Next slide. Of course, we know that COVID-19 did not just appear. In my old job in the World Bank, I had the responsibility of leading the bank's work when there was avian influenza, a previous pandemic. Fortunately, not as severe as this one. Avian influenza, while highly pathogenic, killed 60% of the people who contracted it. It was very difficult to contract the disease, unlike COVID-19. Not as lethal as avian influenza, but it's easy to contract the disease. During that time, many of us wrote and continue to write that it's only a matter of time, not if, but when we'll have a major pandemic, and here we are. So we must get prepared. And this is a conceptual slide that shows 4 of the Sustainable Development Goals on the far right, and the kinds of things we must do if we want to be prepared. We need to also adopt the One Health system, because these diseases come at the interface of animals, human, and environmental health. So we need to reconstruct our health system. We need to build resilience, and we need to take a holistic approach. And at the bottom of this slide, we provide a few key actions. The role of science, which Professor Bogo has already spoken about. Foster sound practices, enhance dialogue, communicate, connect, and promote transdisciplinary approaches. Next slide, please. I specifically want to close by talking about some of the things we are already doing and can do. Here in Kenya, we have partnerships with the Ministry of Health in repurposing our labs to do COVID testing. We are also engaged in discussions with the ministry about other areas of research that we can be engaged in, such as working on looking at antibody profiles after you've contracted disease, looking at how these change over time, and of course, trying to discern if you caught the disease, how long are you protected after you've contracted the disease. We are also working with piloting rural household studies on what are the impacts so that we can make very incisive recommendations about where to intervene and how to intervene. And we have platforms in many countries and many counties here in Kenya where we do digital information with farmers, breeding data, and so on, which we can use to provide information to farmers in rural areas. Next slide. So we should not, as Weri Omamu and many others said, as we think about COVID, we shouldn't only think about, okay, we'll get over this and then we'll get back to normal. That's probably not going to happen. There will be a new normal, and we must prepare differently than we have in the past. Next slide, please. Recently, along with UNEP, we did a report, and we started to do this report well before COVID struck. It has just come in handy. Now COVID isn't here. We were looking at what are the drivers of pandemics? How do they come about? And here are many of the drivers that you can see, 7 of them. Increasing demand for animal source food, so animal source industries are increasing and expanding. That's a good thing, but we need to manage them. Unsustainable agricultural intensification. Lands that were traditionally not used for agriculture is increasingly being used for agriculture of one type or another. Increased use of wildlife. In many places, wildlife is consumed quite considerably. Sold in markets, as you know, a big threat in some places. Unsustainable utilization of natural resources. Travel and transport, very good things, but with the ability of a disease here to be all over the world tomorrow, you can see the implications and how we must manage travel and transport. Changes in the food supply chain, and of course climate change. These are all drivers which we need to manage. So as we look at how we open up and plan for the future, we must take these into consideration. And let me close with this final slide. Next slide, please. I'm a strong advocate in the case of managing pandemics, looking at a One Health approach. These diseases are usually viruses that come from wildlife. They come from the environment. They come from the ecosystem. That ecosystem, the environment health side in which these wildlife health is interacting with agricultural systems, and these agricultural systems are interacting with human health systems. We must take a horizontal approach because these things are intertwined, and we refer to this as a One Health approach. Our organizations are still vertical. So the Ministry of Agriculture deals with agriculture, Ministry of Health deals with health, and environment deals with environment. In this vertical approach, we are not able to respond effectively to a horizontal challenge, which One Health is. So we must reconfigure how we do and work together across sectors to deal with not only the prevention, but early response to things like One Health. And my final slide is to say thank you for listening to me. Thank you for inviting me. I'm delighted that I've had this opportunity. We, as ILRI, work very closely with the many institutions here. We try to be a supporter of the objectives of the government. We don't come with our own agenda, so we feel very much an integral part of what you're doing here today. And thank you for the opportunity to participate.
Thank you, Jimmy, for that enlightening conversation with us. I appreciate the quick response you had to repurposing your facilities to the COVID. I know ILRI has had a long experience with these pandemics, so I think you are able to respond quickly. I now open the floor. If there are any questions, you can walk here to the mic while he's still up there. If you have any questions for the Director General ILRI. Please come here then.
Yes, thank you very much for the very nice presentation. I'm John Wesonga from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. One of the, I think, drivers of, I think, the zoonotics that you mentioned was the utilization, exploitation of wildlife. And what came to my mind is the current developments around insects for food, insects for feed. And I was just wondering, because one of the arguments that is put forward for this is that it's easier to generate, for example, to produce protein from insects. You use much less space, it moves a bit faster, and it's seen as one way of perhaps providing the necessary protein required for the expanding population. So I don't know what your thoughts are. I mean, how do we move forward looking for these new opportunities that perhaps can address the increasing population, but at the same time dealing with the likely, possibility that we can then bring into these new diseases that come in?
Yeah. I think my friend and colleague Segenet Kalamayu asked you to ask me this question. No, I'm just kidding. Segenet Kalamayu, of course, is the DG of ICIPE. And they have a program that's working on insects for both animal food and human food. To which I'd say, wherever you can get wholesome protein, please have it. And I'm not against myself exploitation of wildlife for consumption. In many countries, there's controlled harvesting of deer and other meat so that you can get from wildlife protein into the food chain. If it's managed well, it has an opportunity, and so is the case for insects. So I am all for augmenting the protein source, and don't take a position that it's only this or that. Different people have different opportunities. There are people who have the opportunity to grow insects and can use them as food. You might have a taste for it. I haven't myself eaten many insects, so I don't have a taste for it. I like real meat, and I depend on that. I have tried the synthetic hamburger. I think some people would like it, but others wouldn't. So generally, I'd say all wholesome sources of protein that people can have under their conditions, let's do it. It's as many approaches to tackling the same problem. The issue is not one or the other. You're not going to grow enough insects now to take over the the production of animal source foods. So it can augment the supply, but not going to replace it in the short term. So if it's done wholesomely well, I'm all for it.
Thank you, Jimmy. Is there any other question from the room? Anything from Zoom? Okay.
Thanks, Jimmy. And this is a clarification from Professor Paul Fremont, who presented in the morning. He says, please excuse my mention of synthetic meat, which is clearly not appropriate for Kenya. But I wanted to highlight advances in the world in this space. Countries like Singapore and the US are keen to explore this technology. In rich countries is a market opportunity for vegan consumers, although Singapore imports all its food, so it's more about food security.
Yeah, and I was being facetious when as I was teasing Moses about maize, I was also being facetious about synthetic meats. As I said, if it's a means of augmenting the supply, let's do it. I don't think it's going to replace everything that's there, but it's another opportunity, and it needs to be explored. So I'm all for exploring options which people can use wherever they are to augment their protein supply in a wholesome way, and synthetic meats is one source. It's quite expensive, as you know, at the present time, and therefore out of the reach of poor people, which are the ones we largely serve. So we don't, as ILRI, work on synthetic meats. It's because its technology is a little far away, and the people who fund us want us to work with the poorest of the poor, and the cost of synthetic meats is out of their reach at the present time. So I'm not against it. I'm all for augmenting the food sources wherever you can make it happen.
Thank you, Jimmy, for the presentation. I was going to ask you to talk about locusts, but it's fine, as a source of food, so that we solve the problem of the locusts eating the pasture.
Yeah, well, then we have to go at it in a slightly. You were being very, very forward-looking, I thought, when you said on the one cob of maize you can have the maize and the meat and everything. That's really forward-looking science. So let's be forward-looking to tackle the locust issue and locusts for food. The current locusts out there are obviously not edible, or people would have been eating them. So we have to get back into trying to, probably through synthetic biology or whatever, infusing locusts with new genes to make them more edible so that we can eat them as well. But at the present time, they're not edible. So how to make them more edible is to try to get cultivars, varieties of locusts, species of locusts, which are more edible, and then release them into the environment. Probably try to get the current males sterile and introduce new ones, and we will have more edible locusts. It's not as far-fetched as you can think. If you had the resources to do it, it's a means. But I don't think many governments would want you to be working on locusts as a source of food, because the risk of what's happening now is quite high. But Moses, now that you're a wealthy man, you can invest in us to do this kind of research.
Okay, Jimmy, thank you for the challenge, and we do appreciate your presentation. A slight change in our program. Jane will not be speaking to us at this point. I would like to request Kate, who was to speak tomorrow, to speak to us now.
Good afternoon. As Jimmy said, I'm also a big fan of controlling my own slides, but we can't always be in control, can we? So my name is Kate Krukiel. I am the managing director of an organization called Sarah Africa, where we look at data-driven policy. So today I'm going to follow on to Jimmy's conversation, but really kind of focus a little bit more on the technology side of things. First slide, or next slide. So as we're waiting for the slides to come up, so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how we're making agriculture in Kenya a safe bet for producers. And the way I've titled it is Beating the House. And if anyone here, which I bet a few people have been to a casino, they know what that term means, is beating the house. Thank you. Next slide. So why long-term food security? This is foundational. And if anyone here has ever been hungry, which I think we probably have, and if you're like me, when I'm hungry, I can't focus on anything else. It's that simple. When we look at the foundational security of food, we then allow all of our citizens sitting in Kenya to look at other aspects, to improve other areas, and to focus on other things. Now, food security is not new, and COVID-19 has then brought this to the forefront. And to be honest, I think that's a positive thing, because it's always been there. We just need now to focus on it a little bit more aggressively, and that's exactly what we're doing. And as we look at this new normal, whatever that's going to look like, and that new normal changes every day, having food independence allows Kenyan citizens to cope with that and adjust with that, move forward with that. So if the need for food is obvious, then certainly the resiliency of access is even more obvious. It's not about long-term food security, it's about food security, period. Next slide. So obstacles up until now on building resiliency. There's a big thing of the lack of designing interventions, lack of resiliency in the design. We've had weak policies, whether they're non-existent, they're fragmented, or we haven't been implementing them correctly. We've had short-term impact projects. And unfortunately, this has been one of the effects of some of the development and donors, because they're on certain budget cycles, so we have to go by that. And so a lot of the projects that have been instantiated have been 12 months, 18 months, 2 years, not that long haul. We've had many siloed approaches. So whether that's on agronomy approaches to ag tech and looking at how blockchain is going to solve financial access. And they've typically focused on one element of the entire value chain. And then the slow pace and follow through, learning from previous experiences. And of course, we hear about some of the positive aspects, which is great, but we don't hear about what did we try and fail out and learn from. We're not learning from those. And so this has led to a lot of start-stops, and instead of a forward directional access, a horizontal moving forward. Next slide, please. The opportunity in Kenya's producers. So food is essential. We know this. We know it's a commodity. Nutritional security is very simple: supply and demand. There is a product, there's a demand for it. We have that today, but what we're missing is all the interlinkages for that, the entire value chain, from transport to market access. Once we have that in a secure and transparent manner, then that's the incentive for adequate basic supply. And to start, we need to put producers at the center. I think everyone here knows or has heard of KYC, know your customer. We need a KYP. We need to know your producer. We need to put them at the forefront. We need to make sure that that producer, that farmer, that fisherman, their investment is a safe bet. Their power to produce is king, or queen, of course. Next slide, please. So how do we transform or repurpose the cooperative model? Cooperatives are the bedrock of Kenya, if not East Africa and beyond. They're foundational. They combine common interests, commercial insights. They empower Kenyans to produce. We can grow this and transform this, but we must do this from a place of using data. Next slide, please. So Kenya's agricultural transformation is on a start. We have ASTGS, we have 9 pillars, and we're on the right trajectory. Fundamental goal of this is making sure that it's inclusive and quantifiable for the producer impact. But we have to start somewhere. And we have to start with simple onboarding of producers and entire value chain actors. Registration. And not just registration, but enabling that to be self-service registration. It has to be easy. It has to be inherent. We can't move anywhere unless we know who we're moving with and who those actors are. So self-service registration of all value chain actors. Once we start this, then we have a tremendous opportunity to augment the cooperative model, to look at that aggregation that we've been talking about, to really look at coordinated, directed growth of our agricultural sector. Next slide, please. And this is where we believe in the virtual cooperative. A digital platform that connects all the value chain actors, from producers to transport to market, government entities, all through data, valid data. Participants benefit from, of course, efficiency and transparency, independent of technology. It's a digital tool that will monitor the whole sector and also fuels research and innovation. Next slide, please. And this has to be data-driven. Now myself, I have a computer science degree. I used to work for a small software company called Microsoft. You would think that we would always lead with technology. Now don't get me wrong, technology is fundamental for everything we do, from how I arrived here, till how we're going to transform the agricultural sector. But it's not the first answer. That's always part of the answer, part of the solution, but we never lead with that. So it's always about the right ICT, the right technology. When we look at the virtualization and digitization, then we create a very robust model for creating farmer databases, organizational efficiency, multiple connectivity access points and platforms. Yes, a lot of our producers are connected, but let's be honest, they're not on smartphones. They're not going to be on 4G. They might not have data. They might be on 2G. And we have to make sure that we abide by that, and we offer the agility for that. It'll facilitate aggregation. When we facilitate aggregation and efficiency, producers have more secure income. It allows for data-driven intelligence. Once we learn more about the value chain actors, we can optimize that. And of course, creating data for research, innovation. How do we move forward? So it becomes a virtual agricultural data cooperative when the producer's contribution of their data leads to gains such as better service, income, and others. Now let me repeat that. That's very critical. It becomes a virtual cooperative when the producer's data leads to better access for them, to financial access, better inputs, better services. That incentivization. Next slide, please. So what is a virtual cooperative? It is various aspects such as aggregating producers, ease of access to input, delivery. As we know in this country, land use rights have a bit of an issue. So we can move into things like smart contracts, which what that will do is enable youth to get involved. And currently, as we know, the average farmer age is about 60, and we have the youngest population, so we need mechanisms to get youth engaged. A virtual cooperatives looks at how do we connect farmers to those siloed aspects and those siloed projects previously. It then can facilitate digital payments and produces better data for further research, better research. Next slide. So within SARA Africa, we've got a fairly simple approach, 3-tiered approach for everything that we do. 1, producer first. That KYP, know your producer. Collecting data, understanding not only that data, but the social and cultural aspect, which quite honestly I feel is missed many times. Farming in this country and on this continent is not new. It is very historic, it's very cultural, it's very familial. We need to learn about that. We need to grow with that. So as we grow, that cultural aspect and social aspect is also preserved. We can develop the right technologies and interventions, and then look at producing and increasing the production and commercial level activities. So producer first. Number 2, data-driven ecosystems. Facilitating that mutual benefit of all connectors in that value chain, aggregating that data and learning from that data. When you have valid, trustworthy data about these ecosystems, then of course that will then attract investors. And then lastly, enable data-driven policy mapping to transform and enable that transformation. Now, we've got a long road ahead of us and we're starting that transformation, but if we don't understand today what policies need to change, be augmented, be created, then we're not opening up the doors for tomorrow. So that also has to go hand in hand with the transformation. So producer first, KYP, data-driven ecosystem, and then the data-driven policy mapping to enable that transformation. Next slide, please. And to align with that approach is we look at facilitating pilots. And everybody's heard of pilots. What we do slightly differently is shorter term. We start small. So for instance, right now we're starting a pilot on the 6 coastal counties looking at cashew value chain. This is going to be a 3 to 4 week pilot. We start small, 1 cooperative, 6 locations. And funny enough, we are going to be using high tech. We are going to be using artificial intelligence. But the farmer in that cooperative is going to be using USSD, WhatsApp, Telegram. So we're trying to initially start with how do we map the right technology to the right aspect. And we're starting with self-service registration. Really learning what are the new mechanisms that we need to implement so that we can enable and get all the farmers on board. So as we work to ASTGS #1 and those 1 million farmers, we know who they are. We can't go to where we're going if we don't know where we start. And then we'll build that data-driven ecosystem. We start small, we align, we grow. We ladder up on what we learn. And in the end, we drive that agricultural digital use cases. The more we learn, the more we know what is going to change and what other use cases and scenarios we need to address. Next slide, please. So the virtual cooperative vision, data-driven, coordinated policy and development for implementation. Sectoral integration. So it's balanced, it's equitable, it's transparent, it's inclusive. And a modern agricultural sector blending tech with a producer culture. And really understanding and nurturing that producer-technology relationship so we can use data to drive greater efficiency across the entire value chain. Next slide. So as we think about the future, actually, next slide. So as we're thinking about the future, we really looked at 4 main aspects. 1, the digital transformation. To start that digital transformation, we get everybody on board. 2 is looking at the research support and innovation. With the advent of the additional data, that increases research and innovation, increases inclusivity. Invest in producer capacity. And then expand skills and expand the market. The more we learn and more we grow, the more youth engagement we have, the more types of jobs that we create. Now, during COVID-19, one of the other interesting things that we've seen is that people are leaving the city. They're going to their villages, they're going to the coast. That means youth as well. So as we start this transformation in the agricultural sector, and we have youth going to their villages, it's optimal. We then have another way to get them engaged to take on this sector. Next slide, please. The opportunity is obviously beyond Kenya as well. Luckily, we're leading this. We've got a modern, integrated, secure food system that we're working towards. We're equipping our producers to take the lead. And then with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, that's opening more markets. It's increasing trade opportunities. And right now, we roughly trade about 15% across our 55 states. About 15% across the 55 states. If we increase that by 2 points, that would be more than all the foreign direct investment that's coming into this continent. So we then become less reliant by looking at our food systems, increasing trade and reliance. So let's aim to embed our producers and innovators in not only Kenya in transforming the ecosystem, but across the continent and internationally and beyond. Next slide. So to wrap up, data-driven ecosystem, from registration, self-service, to aggregation, to the virtualization of our cooperatives, creates a strong policy and drives inclusive development, especially for our youth. This long-term resilience is absolutely at our doorstep, and we will get there. So I believe it's important that we think not only Kenya-wide, but continental. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kate. I request you to remain where you are. Anybody with a question from the audience before we get to the virtual audience? And if you do, please walk here and ask your question. Okay, seems that it was all clear, or we're getting towards the lunch hour and the attention span.
It could be that. Everybody's hungry.
But I have a question for you. In all this digital world of trying to link farmers, I think the last 10 years, a lot has been done. Now, my question is, you have the software developer, you have the platform that is going to run it, and then you have the company that provides connectivity. Mm-hmm. Who makes money in this process? Where's the farmer?
Technically, everyone should make money on this process, but who should not pay for any of this is the farmer. But I think when you look at who should make money, we need to think differently as well. You look at how our entire ecosystem has changed on different types of financial models, and you look at Uber. So I think it's time that we also look at who makes money. And we always talk about the middleman or middlewoman, to be politically correct. And people say, we need to remove the middleman. Well, you can't just move the middleman. In essence, like that middleman, that middle person was an entrepreneur. But then it came to taking advantage of the system, and then it was less access and transparency and rights. So that middle person still needs a job. That middle person is still part of this entire ecosystem. And so I think it's looking at different financial incentives and mechanisms. Telecom is one that I think should be contributing more into this, because the more people that are on board, the more money they make, so they should be contributing to this, not necessarily making money out of it. But I think it's time that we sit down and look at some of those creative and different strategic financial models.
Okay, thank you. If you give us the assurance, the farmer will also make some money in the process.
That's the most important.
And that's what we require.
Yes.
My second question.
The farmer needs to beat the house.
My second question to you will be, the cooperative movement, maybe over the last 30 years, in different countries, has had different challenges. Mm-hmm. Will the virtual cooperative remove the inefficiencies that are intrinsic in this system and have made it so unreliable that when farmers hear of a cooperative, they are not willing to join it?
Ultimately, yes. But then not being naive to any change, whether it's a technology change or a cultural change or just fundamental change, is that you need to look at every step of the way. As I mentioned, cooperatives are certainly the bedrock, but you can't change anything without knowing that you're going to have bumps along the way. And so I think that, yes, it will remove a lot of those barriers, but then we need to make sure that we're paying attention specifically, and I always come back to this, is the social and cultural aspect of this. So yes, but with tread lightly, with knowing it's not going to be easy.
Thank you. I think we have some questions from the virtual audience. Jonathan?
Thanks, Kate. Question from Paul Fremont. Who owns the data, and how is it protected, and how do you avoid that third-party exploitation?
Can you repeat that?
In these virtual platforms, yes. Who owns the data? How is it protected? And how do you avoid third-party exploitation of the data?
Absolutely. That's one of the critical aspects, is making sure that everything that you do, we do, is under the data protection policy within Kenya. So this is one thing, even as we do pilots, that initial data that we have for pilots, that we have that data, but it abides by the all aspects of the Kenyan data protection law. But this is something that I think is critical. Does this come into a data cooperative that is centrally hosted and managed? We have had discussion with Africa Export-Import Bank about that type of a model, but that's very, very critical, because the owner of that data should be a consortium. It should not be one entity, and it should be advised and governed appropriately.
Okay, this is a long one here from one Towet, I guess that is Eric Towet. It says, Kate pointed to deficits in current global institutional arrangements in support of agricultural development and food and nutrition security, lack of resilience in designing interventions. The complex nature of the current problem calls for an equally complex organizational arrangement at international level, and not just one entity to handle it all. The whole international science system related to food and nutrition security and agriculture needs to be engaged for this purpose. Placing producers at the center of transformation is mentioned, but is there a more comprehensive mechanism to effectively engage in coordinated ways? That is institutional innovation, and in a gradual approach to one's redesign. Quite a packed one, but the question is at the end.
At the end, yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. And I think this is exactly why the Agricultural Transformation Office was created, is that we need to have a coordination across all members, from CalRO to the ministry and beyond, because everyone has an active role and an active part in this. From government entities to private sector to the producer and the farmer. So I think this is exactly, and applaud the ATO for being created and the work that they're doing, but this is exactly why they exist and why that it's important to have that collective effort. But as with many aspects, and this is why I say the producer needs to be in the center, is the producer needs to be in that center and have a voice in that process, instead of being thrown interventions and thrown things that say this should work for you, but making sure that that producer is also in the center of that coordinated process.
Kate, thank you for the elaboration and answering the questions. I'm sure this is an interesting topic. May continue offline.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this point, I think I'd like to thank the audience for the active listening, both here and virtually. At this point, I'll ask Jonathan to make some announcements about how we handle the program from now on.
Thank you, Moses. I think we should clap for him. That was good moderation. My name is Jonathan Muriuki. I work for the World Agroforestry Center, and I represent the consultative group of international agriculture research in the working committee that has been preparing this conference. So we want to thank you so much for participating. You understand the context in which we are in, so we are trying to craft this conference in such a way that it is very safe for all of us, but at the same time it's very productive. So we are very grateful for the participation from the audience in the room, but also the virtual audience on Zoom. Want to apologize because there are a few mishaps that are happening to the audience on Zoom, so we are fixing those ones, and we believe that it should be flowing quite well as we continue. So we have some modifications to the program right now, and we want to recognize the time is very far spent, so we will not be having the working groups today. We will organize to have the working groups all organized for tomorrow, so discussing in a better flow that is building on all the conversation that is happening today. But we will ask you to identify the working group that you want to participate in, because there are 4 working groups. One is on production and management of food and other commodities associated with food security. The other one is on agribusiness, markets, and value addition.
we decided to have a specific group on input supply logistics, given some of the challenges we have seen with COVID-19, and then a group on environment and health. So kindly decide now on what group you're going to be in, and in the evening as we close, we would like to get those names so that we can pair you up with a virtual audience and have a more coordinated process tomorrow. Now, so that means then we are going to go for lunch now. It is 1:30 in Kenya, and then we'll come back at 2:30. Yeah, so when you decide which group you're going to be in, you will report to that desk. Dr. Jack Ounda is coordinating that. Thank you so much. So we are going to break for lunch now and come back at 2:30, and then we are going to have the panel that will be facilitated by Dr. Roy Mugira from National Commission of Science, Technology and Innovation. So kindly note, it is not going to be Professor Miano. Professor Miano will be chairing the session tomorrow. The moderator for today is going to be Dr. Roy Mugira. And then after that, we are going to go into the presentation. This is a very important section because the government has decided to honor the work that the scientists are doing, and we do not want to get late. So kindly, we ask you to hold on. We should not keep you here beyond 5 o'clock. There are those that came in today after the introductions had been done. Kindly, if you didn't introduce yourself in the morning, lift up your hand so that we can see you and give you a chance to introduce yourself briefly. Okay, kindly stand. All of you, kindly stand so that I can see where you are. Let's start with the madam on this side and then go this with the gentleman. Welcome. Thank you and welcome. Go ahead.
I'm Dr. David Mwangangi from the Directorate of Veterinary Services. I'm the head of the labs, and I'm here on behalf of the Director of Veterinary Services, who is busy elsewhere. We were sent with my colleague, Mr. Kamau, who introduced himself earlier. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kindly let the crew hold the mic for you. Don't hold the mic, just speak into the mic.
Good afternoon. I'm David Kios from Kenya Animal Genetic Resource Center. We work closely with Carlo. Thank you so much.
One more.
Good afternoon. My name is John Mugambi. I'm from Caro, an interested party in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we're going to break for lunch, and kindly be here at 2:30. We lost a lot of time when we broke out for tea, so let's not lose even one more minute. We'll walk through that door, and food is going to be served on the other side. Carro staff are going to help us get there, but kindly do not delay. 2:30, let's join back here. Thank you so much. Bon appetit. I don't think there is synthetic meat in there, but you might find locusts, I don't know, but enjoy.
The agricultural sector is a major driver of Kenya's economy and livelihoods.
There are 4 serving points, so some of you can use this door
to
access the food.
GDP and a further 25% indirectly through linkages with agro-based and associated industries. This success of the sector is attributable to research and development initiatives over the years. The Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, KALRO, is a statutory body of the Kenyan government. KALRO was created through the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Act No. 17 of 2013 to streamline the operations of the National Agricultural Research System to effectively contribute to the growth of the sector. The Act merged Kenya Agriculture Research Institute KARI, Coffee Research Foundation, Tea Research Foundation of Kenya, and Kenya Sugar Research Foundation to form the present-day KALRO.
KALRO's mandate is to support the agriculture and livestock sector by developing technologies, innovations, and management practices through research.
KALRO is charged with spearheading agricultural research in the country and is strategically positioned to contribute to increased productivity, commercialization, and competitiveness of the agricultural sector. This will be achieved through generation and promotion of knowledge, information and technologies that are responsive to the needs and demands of the farmers and other stakeholders along the commodities value chains. KALRO's corporate governance structure consists of Crops Research Directorate, Livestock Research Directorate, and the Corporate Services.
KALRO comprises of 17 research institutes that fall under 2 research directorates. That is the Livestock Research Directorate and the Crops Research Directorate.
KALRO pursues 5 strategic objectives: to generate and promote technologies and innovations for demand-driven agricultural and livestock product value chains, develop and promote markets and marketing strategies for agricultural and livestock product value chains, facilitate and advocate policy options for enhancing demand-driven agricultural and livestock product value chains, to strengthen the capacity for implementing agricultural and livestock product value chains research, and to enhance availability of knowledge, information and technologies on agricultural and livestock product value chain research. Research is conducted in 17 institutes, 52 centers and sub-centers strategically located in the country to enable the organization meet farmers' demands throughout Kenya's varied agroecological zones.
The role of crops research in KALRO is to develop and disseminate technologies, information and knowledge of crops technologies and for enhanced productivity and competitiveness and value addition. We have 8 tech institutes which are under the Crops Directorate.
The research institutes under the Crops Directorate are Agricultural Mechanization, Food Crops, Genetic Resources, Horticulture, Industrial Crops, Coffee, Tea, Biotechnology, and Sugar Research Institute.
Improve varieties, high-yielding varieties, disease and pest-tolerant varieties, and climate-smart, more drought-tolerant varieties of different crops have been developed, which is quite an achievement, which can be grown to escape either the climate and or even early maturing varieties, as well as agronomic packages, including natural resource management packages which go with the varieties, the improved varieties to increase yields.
The Livestock Research Program develops and promotes knowledge, information and technology stroke innovations that enhance livestock productivity, value addition and product development, and facilitating market access.
Here at the Secretariat, I'm the head of the Secretariat. I'm a Director of Livestock Systems who coordinates research in the field, assisted by 2 assistant directors, one for livestock systems and the other one for animal health. Research is done in the institutes, and we've got 7 livestock research institutes spread all over the country.
The livestock research institutes include apiculture, arid and rangelands, beef, sheep, goats and camels, dairy, non-ruminant, and veterinary science such institutes.
And so far we have distributed distributed breeding heifers and breeding bulls to over 20,000 households in the Maasai land. And these animals or these households are able to produce about 83 million liters of milk per year, which bring to them about 300 million Kenya shillings per year. We have also done a lot of work on improving indigenous chicken. We have brought in genes that improve the productivity of our local chicken. Now we've got a breed that produces more eggs, start laying early, and also grows faster.
In strategic partnerships, KALRO establishes a formal collaboration agreement with the aim of achieving common strategic objectives in the medium to long term. The organization recognizes that both public and private entities play an important role in development and promotion of technologies and innovation.
Development of improved indigenous chicken, which are very high yielding and fast growing. Development of a thermostable vaccine to control Newcastle disease in poultry. This vaccine is very important because it does not need to be refrigerated. Formulation and commercialization of Utapiti feeds, a brand of livestock and poultry feed that is very, very nutritious. Development of a yellow flesh sweet potato, which is very high in vitamins. Nutritious beans, which are very high in zinc and iron, very important nutrients in the body. Development of soil suitability maps for various crops all over the country, and fertilizer recommendation.
To ensure farmers and its stakeholders access the technologies and services,
KALRO shares its technologies in very many ways, which includes field days, agricultural shows, exhibitions, physical visits to centers and call centers, and online platforms which include its website, social media platforms, and mobile applications. Due to the effects of climate change and emerging new challenges that are associated with climate change, we encourage farmers to take advantage and use the climate-smart technologies that have been developed by KALRO.
For inquiries, visit the organization website www.kalro.org or email info@kalro.org. Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization for demand-driven research for food security and income generation.
Kenya coffee remains among the top coffees in the world market, and it is used extensively for blending coffees from other origins to improve their aroma and taste. The Coffee Productivity Project, otherwise known as CPP, was initiated and carried out with the aim of increasing the capacity for production of planting materials of Ruiru 11 and Batian coffee varieties. The project was financed by the European Union and the Kenya government and was implemented by the Coffee Research Institute. Its overall goal was improving productivity, thus reducing poverty in the coffee growing areas.
Institute, through the support of European Union and the Kenyan government, has been implementing one of the key projects under the Institute for the last 5 years, the project known as Coffee Productivity Project, CPP. It's funded by both the European Union at a tune of 88% of the funding, and the Kenya government at a tune of 12% funding. The project started back in 2013 and is ending in December 2017, that is 54 months.
Several activities which were targeted in the project are establishment of new coffee nurseries, rehabilitation of existing nurseries, construction and rehabilitation of greenhouses, renovation of rain-out shelters, upgrading of seed dispatch unit, production of training materials, and undertaking farmer trainings through farmer field schools and radio programs.
Currently, we have so far released 2 varieties that are resistant to the diseases, and these include the Ruiru 11 that was released in 1985 and the Batian variety that was released in 2010.
The criteria for selection of beneficiaries was developed within the partnership agreement with farmer associations and other legal entities. This was refined within the inception period with the support of the technical assistance contracted through local framework contract. A simplified call for proposal was used to competitively recruit the sub-grants beneficiaries. Accessible nurseries with facilities as per selection criteria were identified for development and expansion of capacity to produce seedlings and distribute. Management staff from the identified nurseries were trained on financial management, procurement processes, business planning, coffee nursery management, and grafting, among other topics. At most, 5 beneficiaries were targeted per coffee growing county based on the standard selection criteria.
Initially, we used to have a small nursery which could not meet the demand of the society, but after the funding, we can produce more than 100,000 seedlings which can meet the demand of the society and supply to the neighboring society.
Enhancement of capacity to produce seed at Coffee Research Institute was done by establishing 2 hectares of new seed gardens and renovation of rain-out shelters. Augmentation for capacity to produce clonal materials was done by establishing clonal gardens of Batian and Ruiru 11 varieties at the Coffee Research Institute.
To do that, we have come into partnership, that is public-private partnership with cooperatives and private nursery operators. In total, we have been doing this with 28 beneficiaries of this project.
For sustainability of the nursery, we have also introduced tree tomato, passion fruit, macadamia, and we are also having gravelia to help farmers with shade tree for their coffee.
In order to boost the production of Ruiru 11 seedlings at CRI, existing greenhouses for hardening of tissue culture plantlets were repaired and one greenhouse constructed. Cooperative societies, community-based organizations, and other agencies that participate in the project had their management staff trained on appropriate financial management, procurement processes, business planning, and nursery management at the Coffee Research Institute. They also accessed quality seed from CRI in order to produce seedlings for sale.
Majina yangu ni Florence Karambu Jireine, nimetoka Mutira Farmers Cooperative Society. Mimi ni mwanafunzi wa Farmers Field School kwa miaka mitatu. Na hiyo miaka mitatu nimelima nao na nikaona mafanikio kutoka na hiyo mambo ya kulima. Kwa hivyo mwaka huu naona ikawa yangu imeendelea vizuri sana. Ile mafunzo nimefunzwa. Na niko na wanafunzi wale nimefunza. Niko na 25 wale wanakuja every month na tunasoma pamoja, na siku hizi vile wameendelea vizuri sana. Faida yangu ya ukulima wa kahawa nimeona ni mzuri sana, kwa sababu hiyo miti yangu naona kama mwaka huu nitatoa mti mmoja karibu kilo 20, na hiyo kilo 20 ikipatia pesa nitaona nitafanya mambo makubwa. Last year Kiamutwira tulipewa na 100 pa kilo, na nimenunua kakari nikajenga kanyumba kazuri. Kwa hivyo ninakaa vizuri sana siku hizi kwa sababu ya ukulima. Miche yetu ya kahawa tunatoa Kiangondo, huko ndio tumeletewa miti kutoka Ruiru Coffee Research, ndio wanatuletea, na kwa hivyo tupande miti ya ile ya kienyeji, tunaletewa miti ile certified.
Information on the improved coffee varieties was disseminated through 39 radio programs produced and aired. Further, 12 demonstration or adaptability trials were established in various sites of the beneficiaries, and 12 farmer field schools started and ran thereof. Through these farmer field schools, many farmer trainers were commissioned to continue undertaking farmers training in order to enhance the sustainability of the project. In addition, 76 farmers stakeholder meetings were conducted to sensitize farmers on the project progress, as well as improving their skills on the GAP. In order to increase the rate of change from the old varieties to the new ones, local youth and women were nominated for training on nursery management, grafting, top working, and other coffee operations. These were trained at the Coffee Research Institute and awarded certificates. As a result of the project, farmers now have easy access to improved variety seedlings from either their cooperative society nurseries, private nurseries, or even from the Coffee Research Institute. This has greatly enhanced coffee planting, especially in the non-traditional coffee growing areas.
Miche yetu ya kahawa tunatoa Kiangondo, huko ndio tumeletewa miti kutoka Ruiru Coffee Research, ndio wanatuletea, na kwa hivyo tupande miti ya ile ya kienyeji, tunaletewa miti ile certified.
It is very easier for the farmers to get planting material closer to the source.
nafanya kama Agricultural Extension Officer huku Meru County na Tharaka Nithi County, na kazi yangu haswa ni kufunza wakulima kuhusu mbegu mpya na madawa. Lakini sana sana wakati tulikuja huku tulikundua hii area imekauka sana na ingehitaji zile mbegu za mahindi ambazo zinastahimili jua, na pia licha ya kustahimili jua pia zinaweza toa mazao. Ndipo tukakutana na watu wa hizi mbegu za Tego, tukaanza kufanya kama demonstration plot, kwa sababu zilikuwa ni mbegu mpya na ilihitaji kwanza wakulima wasione vile zinafanya, ndipo tuwafunze waanze kusitumia. Na nimejaribu pia kusipanda huku upande wa Tharaka Nithi na wakulima. Kama last year mvua ilipotea mapema sana, na pia tulikuwa tumeipanda tu huku Tharaka, na hiyo shamba yenye tulipanda kwa hakika ni kama ni ule mkulima peke yake ndio ni kama alivuna, kwa sababu wengine zao zilikauka mapema sana. Tulipanda kwa sehemu ndogo ndogo ili wakulima waweze kuzijua, na tulipanda kwa 10 by 10 meters. Hiyo ni kama 100 meters square, na hapo baada ya kuvuna tuliweza kupata kilo kama 60 hivi kwa kiposhoni kimoja hivi. Inamaanisha ukitranslate kwa eka mzima hapo ungepata kama magunia kati ya 26 ama 30. Na kwa kawaida kama hakuna mvua area hii, ule mkulima amepata magunia mingi sana sana, huwa wanapata kama 5 hivi. Hata kuna mwenye anaweza pata 2, lakini kulingana venye tulipanda Tego, wakulima walipenda sana. Licha kuwa kuna changamoto hizo mbegu kusipata huku ndani mashinani imekuwa ni changamoto kidogo, lakini kampuni zinajaribu kusukuma ndani. Ukiangalia kama hiyo huwa ikai hivi, huwa inakaa hivi. Inamaanisha inapunguza ile kiwango ya majani ambayo inaweza pikwa na miale ya jua. Sasa inazuia maji kutoka kwa wingi sana, kwa sababu sasa inakaa ni kama inakuja kwa pamoja hivi. Kitu ya pili, kulingana na experience venye tumezipanda, mvua ikipotea huwa sikauki kwa urahisi sana. So mkulima akipanda hivi inamaanisha ni lazima atapata kitu. Kama hapa nyuma venye mnaona hizi mahindi zimemaliza kama miezi 2 saa hizi, na unaona tayari iko na mahindi, na mvua ilinyesha mara ya mwisho ilikuwa ni kama leo ni tarehe 19. Leo ni tarehe 19 mwezi wa Januari 2017, na mara ya mwisho mvua kunyesha hapa ilikuwa ni kama tarehe 16 hivi mwezi wa 12 2016. So unaona mwezi mzima hakuna mvua, lakini haya majani bado yako, ni rangi yake inaonyesha bado hii mahindi inastahimili.
Tulifundishwa mambo ya hii ukulima, nikanunua mbegu hii ya Tego, na wakati nilipanda Tego ilianzia mavuno mazuri. Kama hii ndio season ya pili ya kupata hii Tego, na wakati wa mbeleni mvua iliyopita nilipanda Tego na ikakuwa mzuri. Nilivuna kulingana na pati ile nilikuwa napanda, nikavuna kitu kizuri.
Sasa stahimili kiangazi kwa muda wa miezi 2 kama mvua haijanyesha.
Umesema kuwa hii mahindi inastahili maji kidogo. Je, ukienda kwa zile maeneo penye kuna maji, kuna mvua nyingi, bado itafanya mzuri ama kutakuwa na tashwishi?
Ukienda zile eneo zenye ziko na maji kushinda zile zenye zimekauka sana, nayo mazao yake itapanda juu kidogo kushinda kama sasa hivi yenye iko. Hapa penye iko hapa inastahimili jua, kwa sababu utapata inashinda mbegu mingi ambazo zenye ziko kwa market. Lakini ukipanda zile za maeneo za juu pia itafanya, isipokuwa maybe sasa ukipanda huko juu pia kuna mbegu za makampuni zingine ambazo huwa zinafanya na vyema zaidi sasa kwa zile area ziko na maji mingi. Lakini sana zinahitajika pale penye maji haitoshi sana.
Mbeleni nilikuwa napanda nduma ama paonea, lakini paeka nikavuna kiasi kidogo, eka nikatoa ngunia moja ya 90. Iko na mavuno mazuri.
Na mavuno yake ukilinganisha na hii ya Tego iko wapi?
Tego inafanya vizuri sababu inavumilia iko sawa kabisa.
Organizing Committee of the Joint 24th International Grassland and the 11th International Rangeland Congress invites you to be part of the world's largest and most significant international congress to be held in Africa. The organizational arrangements for the Joint Congress are in the hands of a National Organizing Committee. The International Continuing Committee of the International Grassland and International Rangeland Congress are supporting the National Organization Committee in preparation for the Joint Congress. The Organizing Committee is led by the Principal Secretary, State Department of Livestock under the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives Kenya, Mr. Harry Kimtai, and the Secretariat led by the Director General, Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, Dr. Eliud Kariger.
This Congress will promote the interchange of scientific and technical information on all matters grassland and rangelands globally. The government continues to put in measures to ensure that the security of its citizens, the diplomats, visitors, and investors is guaranteed. I want to assure the delegates who will be participating in this conference that their security is well catered for prior to the commencement of the conference, during the conference, and also after the conference.
The Joint Congress will be addressing 7 thematic areas with various sub-themes in grasslands and rangelands. Apart from the conference, the National Organizing Committee has planned for 3 pre-Congress and 13 mid-Congress and post-Congress tours to the beautiful landscapes, rangelands, wildlands, research programs, and historical sites in Kenya.
The Congress will cover various aspects including rangeland and grassland ecology, forage production and utilization, livestock production systems, drought management and climate change in rangelands and grasslands, pastoralism, social, gender and policy issues, capacity, institutions and innovations for sustainable development in rangelands and grasslands. The Joint Congress will be held at the Kenyatta International Convention Center in Nairobi, Kenya from the 23rd of October to the 29th of October 2021. Amongst other Congress activities include pre-Congress tours and the mid-Congress tours to the beautiful landscapes, rangelands, wildlands, research programs and history of the Kenyan region. Come hear from the world's top-notch keynote speakers Dr. Catherine Johnson, Dr. Kakilda Bogus Doe Valley, Dr. Brandon Bistel-Meyer, Dr. John Karadus, Dr. Jimmy Smith, Dr. John Waithaka, Dr. Mark Howden, and Dr. Jonathan Davis.
On behalf of the Kenyan government and the National Organizing Committee of the Joint Congress, we welcome you to this significant Rangeland and Grassland Congress that will be held in Kenya, and significant because it is going to be held in the continent of Africa for the first time.
Karibu Kenya. Welcome to Kenya.
Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization. Small-scale farmers as well as pastoralists rely on old agricultural methods which have been overtaken by time. In 2016, the development of mobile apps to enable farmers access to agricultural knowledge was introduced. To date, the apps are used widely by farmers to better themselves and their produce. The Kenya Agricultural Observatory Platform, KAOP, is one such app. It generates real-time and location-specific agrometeorological advisories for farmers and other stakeholders. The system analyzes precipitation and temperature. It can also plot dynamic charts given GPS coordinates of any location in the country for the next 7 days. Furthermore, the app can provide weather observations for the past 7 and 30 days respectively. KAOP is available as a mobile app on Google Play Store. To download the KALRO Farm mobile apps, Step 1. Open Google Play Store on your homepage. Step 2. Search for KALRO apps. Step 3. Select Farm mobile app of choice and select Install app. Step 4. Wait for a few seconds as the app downloads onto your phone. And step 5, go to homepage and open the application.
Potato is one of the most consumed food crops in Kenya, second only to maize. It is both a staple and a cash crop for many rural and urban families.
Potato serves a very elaborate value chain. The value chain itself employs about 800,000 farmers who directly rely on this potato crop for livelihoods and incomes.
The potato industry provides employment to approximately 2.5 million people, generating employment in production, marketing and processing. It further contributes over 50 billion Kenya shillings to the Kenyan economy, according to the National Potato Council of Kenya.
So because of this, you find then that there is need for research support to this important value chain, and that is how KALRO Tigoni comes in.
KALRO Tigoni is one of the centers under the Horticulture Research Institute of the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, KALRO. Its mission is to conduct research on various aspects relating to the potato value chain.
This center has a strategic importance in the national food security agenda, as well as in the strategic orientation of the organization, KALRO.
The center, through the breeding program, responds to the demands of farmers, markets and consumers by developing and releasing varieties with high tuber yields, late blight tolerance, virus tolerance, and the best cooking and processing qualities.
One of our functions in the program is to ensure that we continually produce new varieties, that to replace already existing varieties and that are more superior than the ones that we already have.
Some successful varieties over the years include Shangi, Unica, Kenya Mpya, Sherekea, Tigoni, Asante, Kenya Sifa, Kenya Karibu, Kenya Mavuno, Cars Pink, Dutch Robin, Annette, Roslyn Tana, and Desiree. Varieties that are released are then multiplied in the seed program. The potato seed program provides high-quality basic seed to potato seed multipliers countrywide.
The technique we are using for ensuring we have sufficient basic seed for our seed multipliers, we started the conventional one where you are using the normal tubers to grow and produce seeds, or my basic seed for the seed multipliers. That one thing, it takes 3 months.
To avoid diseases like bacterial wilt and viruses, a new system has been established for producing healthy seeds based on rapid multiplication of disease-free planting materials. The high-quality tubers are multiplied in the field in 4 centers, namely Tigoni in Kiambu County, Marindas in Nakuru County, Njabine in Nyandarua County, and Marimba in Meru County. To optimize production, the basic seed of the released varieties comes with a production package that includes agronomic, crop protection, and post-harvest technologies. The agronomy program develops technologies that enhance potato yields.
Some of the technologies that we've developed in the past can be broadly grouped into seed technologies, seed management technologies, land preparation technologies, planting technologies, weed management technologies, and crop care technologies. Basically, these technologies are aimed at closing the yield gap. In other words, our yields at research level are about 40 tons per hectare. The farmer yields are around 10 tons per hectare. So with the agronomy, we also help to contribute to closing this yield gap that stands at 30 tons per hectare.
The crop protection program works to manage potato diseases, while the post-harvest program works in collaboration with partners to develop, improve or modify potato products.
So we are looking at a variety of diversified products like potato flour, potato flakes. Traditionally, we know, of course, that fresh cut chips that go to fast food joints is popular, and many SMEs are putting money in those. But there is also a possibility to do soap and other detergents out of potato. And so we are encouraging and developing ways in which SMEs can be supported to take up such options.
The technologies developed are then disseminated to farmers and other stakeholders through the Outreach and Partnerships program.
Research without outreach cannot be impactful, and CARO as an organization appreciates that research is the key driver to agricultural and economic development in this country.
The dissemination is done through various engagement platforms and through informative, educative, and communicative materials.
Our focus during this event is to highlight 5 areas of our activity, namely the CARO variety.
By carrying out surveys to understand technology uptake issues, market trends, impact and profitability of improved potato technologies, the socio-economics program serves as an information bridge between stakeholders and researchers. The program helps the center to understand the status of technologies disseminated, as well as stakeholder perspectives.
We work with the other programs to find out the state of the farmers before a project, and then after a project we then go back and find out how did it impact the lives of farmers, what were some of the challenges that the farmers encountered in taking up the technology. Other things we also do is we monitor projects. So if you're out with the farmers, we then monitor to see are we on track. So if we wanted to achieve whatever we wanted to achieve, we develop a mechanism to monitor so that if there are problems that come up with our technology, then we're able to mitigate or help the other scientists to mitigate.
Quality seed is one of the biggest challenges facing potato production in Kenya, mainly because of the low supply of certified seed. CARO, being one of the public organizations involved in the delivery of the Big Four agenda on food security, has put forward strategies that will provide solutions to the persistent shortage of seed.
So we want to, under this Big Four agenda, the support coming from government, to increase the bulking up, rapid multiplication of this clean seed, which is then produced out in the field in large numbers, that should then go out to private seed investors. So there is an active recruitment program of finding out who are these private investors who want to put money in seed. And apart from that, we want to partner with county governments who will set aside public land or recruit farmers to bring them to us for training, so that those farmers provide what we are calling the satellite areas where seed can be produced, and it is easily and affordably accessible to farmers in those various counties.
With the farmer being the major stakeholder, we at KALRO Tigoni are committed to delivering technologies and interventions to support potato farming to ensure not only maximum profitability to the farmer, but also adequate supply of quality potatoes to the consumer.
The agricultural sector is a major driver of Kenya's economy and livelihoods for the majority of Kenyans, contributing 26% directly to the GDP and a further 25% indirectly through linkages with agro-based and associated industries. This success of the sector is attributable to research and development initiatives over the years. The Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, KALRO, is a statutory body of the Kenyan government. KALRO was created through the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Act No. 17 of 2013 to streamline the operations of the National Agricultural Research System to effectively contribute to the growth of the sector. The Act merged Kenya Agriculture Research Institute KARI, Coffee Research Foundation, Tea Research Foundation of Kenya, and Kenya Sugar Research Foundation to form the present-day KALRO.
KALRO's mandate is to support the agriculture and livestock sector by developing technologies, innovations, and management practices through research.
KALRO is charged with spearheading agricultural research in the country and is strategically positioned to contribute to increased productivity, commercialization, and competitiveness of the agricultural sector. This will be achieved through generation and promotion of knowledge, information, and technologies that are responsive to the needs and demands of the farmers and other stakeholders along the commodities value chains. KALRO's corporate governance structure consists of Crops Research Directorate, Livestock Research Directorate, and the Corporate Services.
KALRO comprises of 17 research institutes that fall under 2 research directorates. That is the Livestock Research Directorate and the Crops Research Directorate.
KALRO pursues 5 strategic objectives: to generate and promote technologies and innovations for demand-driven agricultural and livestock product value chains, develop and promote markets and marketing strategies for agricultural and livestock product value chains, facilitate and advocate policy options for enhancing demand-driven agricultural and livestock product value chains, to strengthen the capacity for implementing agricultural and livestock product value chains research, and to enhance availability of knowledge, information, and technologies on agricultural and livestock product value chain research. Research is conducted in 17 institutes, 52 centers and sub-centers strategically located in the country to enable the organization meet farmers' demands throughout Kenya's varied agroecological zones.
The role of crops research in KALRO is to develop and disseminate technologies, information, and knowledge for crops technologies, and for enhanced productivity and competitiveness and value addition. We have 8 tech institutes which are under the Crops Directorate.
The research institutes under the Crops Directorate are Agricultural Mechanization, Food Crops, Genetic Resources, Horticulture, Industrial Crops, Coffee, Tea, Biotechnology, and Sugar Research Institute.
Improve varieties, high-yielding varieties, disease and pest-tolerant varieties, and climate-smart, more drought-tolerant varieties of different crops have been developed, which is quite an achievement, which can be grown to escape either the climate and or even early maturing varieties as well as agronomic packages, including natural resource management packages which go with the varieties, the improved varieties to increase yields.
The Livestock Research Program develops and promotes knowledge, information and technology innovations that enhance livestock productivity, value addition and product development, and facilitating market access.
Here at the Secretariat, I'm the head of the Secretariat. I have a Director of Livestock Systems who coordinates research in the field, assisted by 2 assistant directors, one for livestock systems and the other one for animal health. Research is done in the institutes, and we've got 7 livestock research institutes spread all over the country.
The livestock research institutes include apiculture, arid and rangelands, beef, sheep, goats and camels, dairy, non-ruminant, and veterinary science such institutes.
And so far we have distributed breeding heifers and breeding bulls to over 20,000 households in the Maasai land. And these animals or these households are able to produce about 83 million liters of milk per year, which bring to them about 300 million Kenya shillings per year. We have also done a lot of work on improving indigenous chicken. We have brought in genes that improve the productivity of our local chicken. Now we've got a breed that produces more eggs, start laying early, and also grows faster.
In strategic partnerships, KALRO establishes a formal collaboration agreement with the aim of achieving common strategic objectives in the medium to long term. The organization recognizes that both public and private entities play an important role in development and promotion of technologies and innovations.
To achieve its mandate, KALRO collaborates with national, regional, and international strategic partners.
Over time, KALRO has recorded tremendous achievements in the agricultural sector, including crops and livestock climate smart technologies.
Some of the notable achievements of KALRO in the last few years include the development of a product called Aflasafe, which is a bio-based product which controls aflatoxin in maize and sorghum. This product will enable farmers to ensure food security and be able to access aflatoxin-free maize.
Research on modern biotechnologies, developed and commercialized over 53 high-yielding tea clone varieties, repatriation of forage species back to Africa.
Other achievements include development and commercialization of over 55 high-yielding tea varieties, which includes the famous purple tea, development and commercialization of coffee varieties, which include Persian and Ruiru 11, which are resistant to the coffee berry disease, development of improved indigenous chicken, which are very high yielding and fast growing, development of a thermostable vaccine to control Newcastle disease in poultry. This vaccine is very important because it does not need to be refrigerated. Formulation and commercialization of Utapiti feeds, a brand of livestock and poultry feed that is very, very nutritious. Development of a yellow flesh sweet potato, which is very high in vitamins. Nutritious beans, which are very high in zinc and iron, very important nutrients in the body. Development of soil suitability maps for various crops all over the country, and fertilizer recommendation.
To ensure farmers and its stakeholders access the technologies and services,
KALRO shares its technologies in very many ways, which includes field days, agricultural shows, exhibitions, physical visits to centers and call centers, and online platforms which include its website, social media platforms, and mobile applications. Due to the effects of climate change and emerging new challenges that are associated with climate change, we encourage farmers to take advantage and use the climate smart technologies that have been developed by KALRO.
For inquiries, visit the organization website www.kalro.org or email info@calro.org. Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization for demand-driven research for food security and income generation. The Organizing Committee of the Joint 24th International Grassland and the 11th International Rangeland Congress invites you to be part of the world's largest and most significant international congress to be held in Africa. The organizational arrangements for the Joint Congress are in the hands of a National Organizing Committee. The International Continuing Committee of the International Grassland and International Rangeland Congress are supporting the National Organization Committee in preparation for the Joint Congress. The Organizing Committee is led by the Principal Secretary, State Department of Livestock under the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives, Kenya, Mr. Harry Kimtai, and the Secretariat led by the Director General, Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, Dr. Elid Keriger.
This Congress will promote the interchange of scientific and technical information on all matters grassland and rangelands globally. The government continues to put in measures to ensure that the security of its citizens, the diplomats, visitors, and investors is guaranteed. I want to assure the delegates who will be participating in this conference that their security is well catered for prior to the commencement of the conference, during the conference, and also after the conference.
The Joint Congress will be addressing 7 thematic areas with various sub-themes in grasslands and rangelands. Apart from the conference, the National Organizing Committee has planned for 3 pre-Congress and 13 mid-Congress and post-Congress tours to the beautiful landscapes, rangelands, wildlands, research programs, and historical sites in Kenya.
The Congress will cover various aspects including rangeland and grassland ecology, forage production and utilization, livestock production systems, drought management and climate change in rangelands and grasslands, pastoralism, social, gender and policy issues, capacity, institutions and innovations for sustainable development in rangelands and grasslands. The Joint Congress will be held at the Kenyatta International Convention Center in Nairobi, Kenya from the 23rd of October to the 29th of October 2021. Amongst other Congress activities include pre-Congress tours and the mid-Congress tours to the beautiful landscapes, rangelands, wildlands, research programs, and history of the Kenyan region. Come hear from the world's top-notch keynote speakers, Dr. Catherine Johnson, Dr. Kakilda Bogus Doe Valley, Dr. Brandon Bistil-Meyer, Dr. John Karadus, Dr. Jimmy Smith, Dr. John Waithaka, Dr. Mark Howden, and Dr. Jonathan Davis.
On behalf of the Kenyan government and the National Organizing Committee of the Joint Congress, we welcome you to this significant Rangeland and Grassland Congress that will be held in Kenya, and significant because it is going to be held in the continent of Africa for the first time.
Karibu Kenya. Welcome to Kenya. The agricultural sector is a major driver of Kenya's economy and livelihoods for the majority of Kenyans, contributing 26% directly to the GDP and a further 25% indirectly through linkages with agro-based and associated industries. This success of the sector is attributable to research and development initiatives over the years. The Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, KALRO, is a statutory body of the Kenyan government. KALRO was created through the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Act No. 17 of 2013 to streamline the operations of the National Agricultural Research System to effectively contribute to the growth of the sector. The Act merged Kenya Agriculture Research Institute KARI, Coffee Research Foundation, Tea Research Foundation of Kenya, and Kenya Sugar Research Foundation to form the present-day KALRO.
KALRO's mandate is to support the agriculture and livestock sector by developing technologies, innovations, and management practices through research.
KALRO is charged with spearheading agricultural research in the country and is strategically positioned to contribute to increased productivity, commercialization, and competitiveness of the agricultural sector. This will be achieved through generation and promotion of knowledge, information and technologies that are responsive to the needs and demands of the farmers and other stakeholders along the commodities value chains. KALRO's corporate governance structure consists of Crops Research Directorate, Livestock Research Directorate, and the Corporate Services.
KALRO comprises of 17 research institutes that fall under 2 research directorates. That is the Livestock Research Directorate and the Crops Research Directorate.
KALRO pursues 5 strategic objectives: to generate and promote technologies and innovations for demand-driven agricultural and livestock product value chains, develop and promote markets and marketing strategies for agricultural and livestock product value chains, facilitate and advocate policy options for enhancing demand-driven agricultural and livestock product value chains, to strengthen the capacity for implementing agricultural and livestock product value chains research, and to enhance availability of knowledge, information and technologies on agricultural and livestock product value chain research. Research is conducted in 17 institutes, 52 centers and sub-centers strategically located in the country to enable the organization meet farmers' demands throughout Kenya's varied agroecological zones.
The role of crops research in KALRO is to develop and disseminate technologies, information and knowledge of crops technologies and for enhanced productivity and competitiveness and value addition. We have 8 tech institutes which are under the Crops Directorate.
The research institutes under the Crops Directorate are Agricultural Mechanization, Food Crops, Genetic Resources, Horticulture, Industrial Crops, Coffee, Tea, Biotechnology, and Sugar Research Institute.
Improve varieties, high-yielding varieties, disease and pest-tolerant varieties, and climate-smart, more drought-tolerant varieties of different crops have been developed, which is quite an achievement, which can be grown to escape either the climate and or even early maturing varieties, as well as agronomic packages, including natural resource management packages which go with the varieties, the improved varieties to increase yields.
The Livestock Research Program develops and promotes knowledge, information and technology innovations that enhance livestock productivity, value addition and product development, and facilitating market access.
Here at the Secretariat, I'm the head of the Secretariat. I have a Director of Livestock Systems who coordinates research in the field, assisted by 2 assistant directors, one for livestock systems and the other one for animal health. Research is done in the institutes, and we've got 7 livestock research institutes spread all over the country.
The livestock research institutes include apiculture, arid and rangelands, beef, sheep, goats and camels, dairy, non-ruminant, and veterinary science research institutes.
And so far we have distributed breeding heifers and breeding bulls to over 20,000 households in the Maasai land. And these animals or these households are able to produce about 83 million liters of milk per year, which bring to them about 300 million Kenya shillings per year. We have also done a lot of work on improving indigenous chicken We have brought in genes that improve the productivity of our local chicken. Now we've got a breed that produces more eggs, start laying early, and also grows faster.
In strategic partnerships, KALRO establishes a formal collaboration agreement with the aim of achieving common strategic objectives in the medium to long term. The organization recognizes that both public and private entities play an important role in development and promotion of technologies and innovations.
To achieve its mandate, KALRO collaborates with national, regional, and international strategic partners.
Over time, KALRO has recorded tremendous achievements in the agricultural sector, including crops and livestock climate smart technologies.
Some of the notable achievements of KALRO in the last few years include the development of a product called AflaSafe, which is a bio-based product which controls aflatoxin in maize and sorghum. This product will enable farmers to ensure food security and be able to access aflatoxin-free maize.
Research on modern biotechnologies developed and commercialized over 53 high-yielding tea clone varieties, repatriation of forage species back to Africa.
Other achievements include development and commercialization of over 55 high-yielding tea varieties, which includes the famous purple tea, development and commercialization of coffee varieties, which include Patian and Ruiru 11, which are resistant to the coffee berry disease, development of improved indigenous chicken, which are very high yielding and fast growing, development of a thermostable vaccine to control Newcastle disease in poultry. This vaccine is very important because it does not need to be refrigerated. Formulation and commercialization of Uta Beauty Feeds, a brand of livestock and poultry feed that is very, very nutritious. Development of a yellow flesh sweet potato, which is very high in vitamins. Nutritious beans, which are very high in zinc and iron, very important nutrients in the body. Development of soil suitability maps for various